Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. It's Thursday, October 26th.
Are you sure?
I'm sure now. I had to check my past performances, taking it day by day.
Well, things are rolling.
Down
It's
the meet.
fast and furious at this time of year.
Getting ready for the Breeders' Cup. Got a lot of workers working tomorrow and Saturday, especially here at Keeneland. So we're going to have a lot to keep an eye on, and it's a great time of the year. There's no getting around it. We may have some weather on Sunday. Obviously, that doesn't affect the Keeneland race meet, but just trying to figure out where these workers are going to land. And there's a lot of horses at Keeneland, we're finding out and reminding ourselves that are here prepping for the Breeders' Cup before they ship west to Santa Anita. But we'll talk about that if we have the opportunity. Our obvious focus is today here at Keeneland on Today at Keeneland. It's not just a clever name, but we have a Pick 6 carryover coming into today. It's a two-day carryover. This is $237,537. It's a huge two-day carryover. Yesterday was a day of upsets. So make sure that you are getting into this Pick 6 pool on the afternoon, starting in race number 4.
Now, I'm not going to make a bold prediction and say that it's going to carry again, but I will say that there are some tricky races in the sequence where at least I had no strong opinion and really felt that you could make a case for pressing the all button. So it's a matter of figuring out which of the races you need to spread and which you can afford to narrow down, and I just don't see any easy spots.
Keeneland's the chocolate factory, right?
Right.
Should we play Willy Wonka?
Golden ticket?
Yeah, the golden ticket. That's the golden ticket. You hit the Pick 6 here at Keeneland. Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory. It all comes into play here today at Keeneland Racecourse. All right, let's get after a look at yesterday here at Keeneland, which led to the upsets, and this was not one of them. Tarifa was brilliant. She was so much the best in race number 5 on debut, as Godolphin continues to have a great meet, as does Brad Cox. So this was not a surprise in race number 5 as part of the Pick 6 sequence. But then came the surprises. Dozen Diamonds at 20-1 kept on going with a slow pace out on the front end with Rafael Bejarano for Vicky Oliver.
Yeah, he just a heads-up ride, hustled, took advantage of the situation, and boy, all of Vicky's horses running beautifully. Bill Morey and Tyler Gaffleone teaming up with Nighttime. This was a little bit of a surprise, though. The horse was touting himself in the paddock prior to the race. Then, very predictable way to finish things out, but in a very tricky race. Way Hill Road was not favored, but was one of the choices for Shug McGahee and Declan Cannon. That was a Keeneland Sales graduate in the spotlight and winner circle. And Way Hill Road was a horse you could make a case for sure. But, and Tarifa as well. You know, when you saw the price tag, you could make a case for him right off the bat. But he had run very well going into that spot. The other two, you really had to stretch to have both of those. Yeah,
and that's what led us to this Pick 6 carryover, two-day Pick 6 carryover, which to say that it's going to be $1 million plus, I think is a safe statement when it comes to this Thursday card at Keeneland Racecourse. Jockey standings, Saez, Gaffleone, back forth they go. It's like a pickleball match, if you will. And Flavien Prat, he's just sitting kind of back there looming, just 3 off the pace.
So I think I would bet on Tyler in a pickleball match with Louis, but I don't know. It would be something to see. You could sell tickets to it for sure.
Can I get involved? Can I take them all on?
No.
I would love to.
I've heard you're quite the competitor.
I do enjoy pickleball quite a bit. Trainer standings, Brad Cox sneaking clear, but Chris Hartman with the win yesterday as he went 1-2 in race number 2, so he's 2 off the pace with Pletcher.
Pletcher still has a couple runners left, although, as has been the tradition in years past, he kind of gears up toward the beginning of the meet, and then as the focus sort of shifts toward Breeders' Cup, you don't necessarily see as many runners, but I do think he's got a couple of live shots left before the meet is over. So it could be close, but not a surprise to see Brad Cox finishing strongly.
Let's go to WKYT for the Thursday weather.
Yeah, it's going to be another excellent day out at Keeneland for you as temperatures are back in the 70s. Again, a lot like yesterday, perhaps a little breezy at times, but overall, we're looking at pretty warm stuff here for the fall meet, especially this late in the fall meet. We're in the final days of it, and we're still tracking temperatures in the 70s all day long. That's what it looks like for you out there, especially during key race times there, starting with the first post around 1 o'clock and then finishing up as we head into that 6 o'clock hour. You can see those numbers are looking pretty good all day long for you. Tomorrow might be a little different because some scattered showers could creep back into the region. Good luck out there.
these last 2 days, bare minimum, and it could carry into the weekend, the Indian summer, right?
It's so beautiful, but they are going to come and turn my irrigation system off in Louisville for the rest of the season, so you know what's coming.
Yeah, it's going to be chilly next week.
We're going to enjoy it while it lasts.
Very chilly next week.
Put it that way.
Let's take a look at our full card selections available on the Keeneland Race Day app. Download that right now on your smartphone or tablet. We agree in the first 3, race 5, race 8. This is the most that we've been in line, I think, the entire meet, Kate.
7 and 8. I agree.
7 and 8, yeah.
I hope that is a good sign for both of us. As yesterday was challenging, so I feel a little bit better about today. Guardedly optimistic.
So, again, full card selections, comments on those races each race day on the Keeneland Race Day app, social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel TV. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You can watch race day coverage and sales coverage during all of the Keeneland marquee events that we have in the spring, the fall, the September meet, the upcoming November sale, the January sale, the Horses of Racing Age sale in April. So download that right now. And as we've talked about, we'll have a lot of Breeders' Cup coverage in that Breeders' Cup Work Show, which will get underway tomorrow, which you can check out on the FanDuel TV Plus app on demand. Let's go to race number 7, our featured race on this 9-race card, part of the Pick 6, late Pick 5, part of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, and scratch out Steeler Mischief and Billy the Greek, Elevated Game, and Reese's Rolex, 14, 15, 16, and 6, all scratched. Tough little nut, 4-1 morning line favorite in a tough race to make a favorite in here. That's the one horse for Town & Country Racing and trainer Chris Block.
4 horses come out of the same race over at Churchill Downs. I watched it about 15 times, and I'm not sure that I really gathered anything from it, although I think you and I both landed on the same horse that comes out of it.
Yeah, the number 7 horse is my top selection. I've got it 7, 5, 12, but Copper Missile, this son of Copper Bullet, he's a Sasquatch. He is a big boy, and it takes him some time to get going. And even in defeat, finishing 3rd, he runs a giant race here. You can see him. He's the flashy, bald-faced horse with the white 2 front legs, and he just keeps coming. He won at Kentucky Downs. He gallops out past all of them. This is a horse, to me, he's going to run big today. I think he's got a huge 3-year-old season ahead of him. And the further that these races go, the better he's going to be. Now, he's at 1 mile and a 16th today with the fast ground, a little bit more ground to work with. Will that 16th of a mile get him over the top? It very well could. But I still think that the further, the better past this 1 mile and a 16th distance. He'll be a horse, in my opinion, as of right now, that we'll be talking about in that 3-year-old series in New York, and maybe even come Breeders' Cup time at Del Mar if all works out for Copper Missile as he progresses to the 3-year-old. But he must be doing well to bring him back one more time at the age of 2.
I am right there with you with him, and we also have the same second-place horse, the 5, Code Omaha, who is a promising horse, but a speed horse. So I think that's going to help. I think there is some speed in this race. But Copper Missile, the one thing I do like about him is that he wasn't a one-trick or one-course pony. If you look at his race at Kentucky Downs, when he broke his maiden, keep in mind this is only his 2nd career start. And again, it's a mile. But the Kentucky Downs mile plays a little bit longer than the mile at Churchill Downs or other locations. He's going to wind up winning pretty easily and comfortably once he makes that move. But you see he was down on the inside where it wasn't as easy for him to kind of work out a trip and shake clear of the field. But once he does, look at him level off and gallop up the ground. Now, he obviously liked Kentucky Downs, but he showed that it's not just the course, because he came back and ran very credibly at Churchill. He wants more ground. The 1 mile and a 16th helps. I think this course is kinder to horses who have his style versus Churchill, which I think was playing to horses who were more tactical. So in retrospect, I think that was a good race too. But keep in mind that Legal Titan, who is the 8 horse in this race, comes out of that race and finished ahead of him. He finished 2nd. In my opinion, he had a perfect trip. So that's why I'm not going to him. There are 2 other horses in this race, including Save the King, who ran at huge odds, was only beaten 4.5 lengths, and had just a brutal trip coming from off the pace. He could improve in there, too. I think that's a sneaky good race. So I'm using the 7, Copper Missile, with the 5, Code Omaha, and the 1, Tough Little Nut, who's an improving horse for Chris Block. I didn't know what to do with this one because he comes out of Stakes Company, in which he ran really well behind Aspenite in the juvenile. but maybe he's the type that just really liked Kentucky Downs.
Here's Tom Leach for more on the feature.
Rusty Arnold saddles Good Bolly in the allowance feature. Any excuse for the last race down at Kentucky Downs? Any trouble?
Well, he didn't get away out of the gate well. We thought he'd be forwardly placed, and when he got kind of squeezed out of the gate, it took him out of his game. So we're hoping to be a little bit better shot tomorrow.
This horse was on the AE list for the Bourbon Stakes at the start of the meet, so that would suggest you have a high opinion of him.
Yeah, we like him a lot. We wanted to run into Bourbon. We didn't think we got a fair shot at Kentucky Downs. Didn't get in. He just didn't have enough earnings, so here we are.
And several works since that last race at Kentucky Downs. How have those gone?
Works are good. He's ready.
And what about how you think he'll handle this turf course?
He's been on it, and he handles it well, so I think he'll be fine.
Good luck.
Thanks, Tom.
Good Bolly, one to watch at a price in the allowance feature.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you, Tom. Let's move on to our key races of the afternoon. Race number 4. This does start the pick 6. $1 minimum with that pick 6 carryover, over $237,000. No scratches. Full field to 12. Up on the edge, the 5-2 morning line favorite. And I think there's a chance that her number may come down a bit in and amongst this group. I know Guest of Honor, the first-time starter for Brad Cox, will take play, as the first-time starters for Brad always do in these 2-year-old maiden races or 2-year-old races in general here at Keeneland Racecourse. But up on the edge, and this is a auction restricted race. It's a maiden special weight worth $70,000 for horses that sold or reserve not attained for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. We've seen a few of these this meet. We'll see it carry over to Churchill Downs once they get their race meet underway on Sunday as well. But up on the edge for Rudy Brisset, he had this horse entered in I think it was the maiden 150,000 yesterday. Yep. Opted for this one. I asked him, why did you opt for this race over the race yesterday? And he said, she's just really matured a lot in the last couple of weeks, and we weren't ready to potentially part ways with her by putting her in a high-level maiden claiming race as she was entered yesterday. This race was good. Her race prior to this was good, going 7/8 of a mile. This, too, a auction-restricted event at Churchill Downs worth $92,000. So more of the same will go a long way with Up on the Edge with Alex Achard in the saddle. The number 7 horse, Princess, is Olivia for Juan Cano. I think you've got to respect her with the race under her belt. It wasn't a bad effort behind Almond Fudge back in mid-September. And then the number 1 horse, Fluid, for Riley Mott, a Blame filly who's been working fast for Cheyenne Stables, bred by Candy Meadows Farm. I've got it 2-7-1, but I can understand there will be maybe just a simple need for the Brad Cox runner in Guest of Honor just to have your bases covered in the pick 6, or you take a stand and look for coverage elsewhere.
Well, yesterday I looked at pedigree and took a stand against, and that was a mistake with the Brad Cox firster. This filly is similar in that she's by Honor Code, who is not necessarily a first-time out type of sire. But she's been working at Keeneland, and if you can get a little price on a Brad Cox horse, all the better. She's probably going to get bet, though. It's hard to overlook her. I went to the 7, Princess is Olivia, though I do respect the 2 Up on the Edge. Princess is Olivia is a second-time starter coming out of a race in which that's the same race, the Almond Fudge race. Creakle also came back, so several horses have come back to win. And I thought she got run off her feet just a little bit in the early stages of that race and had every right to get a bit tired, which she did. But now second time out for Juan Cano, I think she could improve. You know, again, same race that Scott mentioned. When horses are coming out of these restricted races, it's hard to know how good they are. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to get a better price with Princesses of Olivia than I am on Up on the Edge, but they're kind of similar in terms of running well, but you're not quite sure how well they are in relationship to those who have been coming out of maiden special weights.
Let's hit the pick 6, and then I'm going to have a helicopter come pick me up.
There we go.
I'm going to have the helicopter land on the hill, and then I'm going to go somewhere.
Okay,
I don't know where.
I'm going to throw out another horse
somewhere.
then you've got to include on the ticket.
Maybe just take a lap around Keeneland and then drop me back off, and then I'll go
You
home.
have to be here bright and early, so yeah, you can't go very far. The 12, Classy and Connected in that spot. Tough post, but at 7 furlongs, I don't mind it as much. And all Tommy's horses have been running very well this week. So I thought Classy and Connected was sneaky, a price, and a horse that you should definitely think of including on your pick 6 tickets.
Race number 3, our next key race. This race affected more than any race today with the scratches. So it's down to a field of 4. So with that being said, no show wagering available, no trifecta wagering, no superfecta. Asina, the 2, Per C, the number 3 horse of scratch. So field of 4, Olga Isabel is the morning line favorite, and rightfully so for Brad Cox. She's just simply been a good filly throughout her career. Tis Now filly, 5 for 6 in the money, 3 wins. She's run 2 good races at Keeneland. This is her race to lose here today. And when she was second in one of those races at Keeneland, she was DQ'd from the win if you go back to October of 2022.
This was obviously a key race for me when it was a little bit bigger field, and I thought it was a bit more interesting. But I still like the same horse. I think that the presence of the 6, Olga Isabel, might have been in part what deterred a couple of these others from taking a shot. Olga Isabel, coming out of that Saratoga 1 mile race on August 30th, was barely hanging on at the mile, but she did it, and it was coming off a win at Ellis Park. So a big step up for her to the 2 Other Than Allowance company, and she was still able to win, though you would have thought that she might have been able to hang on a little bit more. I think a mile might be pushing it for her at a high level. We don't have to worry about a mile today. She goes back to 6.5 furlongs. She is the speed of the speed. I will say there's a speed horse to her inside in the 5. You're So Silly, but I don't think that will cost her the race. I think she's the best horse in here, and with speed to the outside, she's going to be very tough in here. Those 3 horses on the outside are the top contenders.
Yep.
And it's going to kind of fall into how this race plays out, how fast the 5 and the 6 go at the beginning, and how pushed Olga Isabel is, given the fact she's coming off a 1 mile race to go 6.5 furlongs. So it is still very interesting, but I used the 4 Be Like Water in the second spot because I thought she was capable of picking up the pieces. If there was a bit of a pace meltdown, I don't know how likely that is anymore with the size of the field, but I still like Be Like Water. She's a game late closer, and she likes Keeneland. And then You're So Silly would round out the top 3. I think she can definitely hang on to be third.
Let's go to our Clocker report. It'll be race number 1 to begin and then race number 5. So crack those past performances programs open and make notes on these 2 horses in the Clocker report. Spoiler, the number 2 horse in race number 1 for Steve Asmussen and owner Curtis Green, who bred the first Samurai colt. Christian Torres rides today. Rode her last time out, or him last time out, and he takes a drop down in class, 20% trainer in claiming races. That's Steve Asmussen. So the minute and 4/5 work on the 11th of October, the one that caught the eye of the Clockers. Spoiler in race 1, and then Lady Emily Catherine in race number 5, second leg of the pick 6. Worked out of the gate 49-4. First race off the layoff was solid. Worked well since. New pilot worth a look. So race 1, the 2. Race 5, the 1 for the Clocker report today. Multi-race exotics. You've got the late pick 4. I'll take another shot at the turf pick 3. I didn't catch what the turf pick 3 paid yesterday, but it had to be giant.
It was a lot.
Because that 20-1 shot for Vicky Oliver and Rafael Bejarano. It's a $96 investment starting in race 5. We go odds today. It was evens yesterday as far as the race numbers, 5, 7, and 9. And in race number 5, 3, 5, 7, and 10 are the 3 that I'll look at in here. Mirari for Jonathan Thomas is a first-time starter by Uncle Mo. Jonathan Thomas very good with first-time starters and turf debuters and turf starters overall. So that's why I've got Mirari, and Saez is in the saddle as well in there. Brian Lynch has the 10 Skip to the Beat, a Irish-bred filly who makes her U.S. debut. So I think you've got to respect her. Race number 7, I would have liked more coverage, but I narrowed it down to the 5 and the 7 in here with Copper Missile and the number 5 horse, Code Omaha, with the speed that colt has. Another Jonathan Thomas trainee. And then in the nightcap, 4 deep, 2, 5, 7, and 10 in this 9th and final for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. The Keeneland Turf Pick 3 paid $5,400
Wow.
yesterday. That's a $3 minimum wager, $5,400. Well done if you hit it.
I need them to start paying a consolation on 2 of 3. I've gotten very good at that this year, but it just
You need
goes
like
to show you that
you need like a 200 to 1 shot to win.
Sometimes you need to spend a little bit more in those races where you're uncertain. Maybe you just press the all button, and that's going to be my suggestion for race number 9, especially given the way you and I both see it, which is a little bit differently. But the 6th race, taking the logical horses, my top contenders, the 4, Mena, the 7, Commissioner Oscar, who tries a distance first time, and the 8, Metronome, who might be the price play in there. It's a tricky race, but I feel pretty good about those three, with the 4 Mena my top choice, and perhaps a favorite here for Brad Cox and Tyler Gaffalione. The 7th race, 3 deep. I'm using the 1 Tough Little Nut, who I mentioned for Chris Block, Exit Stakes Company, the 5 Code Omaha, the same horse you used, Scott, as well as the 7 Copper Missile. 8th race, 3, 5, and 8. The Warp 9 for Kenny McPeak is turning back in distance, and I think the 7/8 will really suit him now that he kind of ran a much improved effort last time out. I also used the 5 Rocketeer, a first-timer for Brad Cox. This is one of 2 first-timers. If you were going to spend a little bit more money, throw in the other Brad Cox horse. The 1 Charleston on the rail is a half-brother to Conquest Mo Money, but I thought Rocketeer got the best of it as far as the draw was concerned, and also has a nice win early pedigree. And then the 3 the 8 No Judgment for Terry Brennan is my top pick. 3rd on debut, and a nice even effort behind 2 good horses who both came back to win, including Agu, who just won a few days ago. That one you could spend a little bit more, I think. And then last race, the 2 Vocalize, the 3 Zartaunis is my top pick in the race, and I actually like this horse quite a bit. The 5 Judge Davis and the 8 Trust Daddy, but that race is really, really hard. So if you're going to go spend a little bit more money, spend it in race 9.
Salesgrad Spotlight yesterday, it was Way Hill Road. He secured a win in the last race yesterday at Keeneland, the $1,000,006 yearling. Today we go to race number 5 for our Salesgrad Spotlight, and we'll look at the number 5 horse. Excellent Question, at the time known as hip number 909, filly by Speightstown out of the Lemon Drop Kid, First Dam Sweet Sue, and this filly brings $170,000. Well done to Wade out there auctioning back in 2021. The smooth vocal tones of Wade Cunningham out of Oklahoma. But this one bred by Westwind Farms, Speightstown Syndicate, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds and Laura Lee Stable. Salesgrad Spotlight, race 5. Excellent Question. $170,000 yearling, and has a big chance today. The daughter of Speightstown, and a lot of residual value moving forward as she progresses over the course of her racing career. Best angles of the day. Let's go to race number 8. This 8th race, as you can see, Shaken Loose is the scratch, the number 4 horse. So a field of 11, Stop the Press is the morning line favorite in race number 8. 2-year-olds going 7/8 of a mile. And I will look towards the number 8 horse in here. No Judgment for Terry Brennan, coming out of that live race. Stretch ride winner of that race back on the 17th of September. And Agu comes out of that. It was a very, very live race, and you can't ignore this. And this is a fact. Here's the debut at Churchill Downs, where the horse actually got played. She was 8-1 for connections that don't run a lot of horses. So you have to recognize when particular horses, especially the young horses, are getting attention. And he runs 3rd behind, again, Stretch Ride and Agu, who came out of this race and won the next time that they raced. And it was Agu just 2 days back for Whit Beckman. So No Judgment for me. 20% winners for Terry Brennan in horse's second career starts. It's a small sample size, but again, this barn does not run a lot of horses. So No Judgment, 20 to win in race number 8 at Keeneland. My best angle of the day.
I'm going to go to race 5, and I'm glad you said that because I like that horse a lot, too. 5th race is a maiden race for fillies and mares at a mile on the turf, and a number of well-bred horses in here, plus a horse coming into the United States for the first time. I went to the 3 Excellent Question. Excellent Question for Brendan Walsh takes the blinkers off, and that is a key angle for Brendan. He is 22% wins with the blinkers off. I also think this is the type of race where experience may count for something, because everybody kind of has similar running styles. You got a lot of first-time starters, but if you look at Excellent Question, this was her turf debut. Her 7th career start, but the first time she tried the grass. And I thought she kind of ran in spots early, but she gave up a lot of ground in the middle of the race, and then is going to come running at the end to wind up 3rd. She did have to steady in the early part of the race, just never was able to get in a fluid motion at any point in time. The trouble line reads that she steadied once, but the truth is she actually steadied a few times. They weren't severe steadies, but they were enough to kind of break her forward momentum and cost her position. I think she just needed to experience the turf, get her legs underneath her. I think she's going to like Keeneland. A little bit shorter isn't bad, because I think she relaxes early and then will make a late kick. So I like Excellent Question a lot. Tyler Gaffalione vying for leading jockey. Picking up the mount helps. I'm going to use this one with the 5, Mirari, who's a first-time starter, half-sister to a Keeneland winner, Lilac Girl, by a good sire, Uncle Mo, 15% turf runners, 14% first-time starters. I'm also using the 3 excellent question with the 10, Skip to the Beat, who I don't know what to do with, but she's a first time in the United States for Brian Lynch. She gets Lasix. She had a 3rd in Ireland, but it was a long time ago. She's coming off a long layoff. But Brian, with just a few horses that have followed this pattern, has been very successful. So I'm going to take a shot that Skip to the Beat is pretty live in here, too, and use it with the 3 excellent question.
Here's Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
We'll go to the 9th race, the 3-horse Zartaunus. I've had this one on my horses to watch list since that last time out at Kentucky Downs. This horse had a wide post position that day and was stuck on the worst part of the track. You wanted to be on the inside that day. And also, when the pace heated up, Zartaunus tried to move into it, and I think that was a disadvantageous set of circumstances. So I thought this horse would come back and run well next time out, and this is the next time out. So we're going to take a shot with Zartaunus.
All right, another one to consider in the pick 6, pick 3, etc.
This is my top choice, so I feel much better about this now. It's the first time Tom and I have landed on the same horse as his long shot play.
Price is tumbling as we speak. Soup of the day, in case you're wondering, Thai chicken.
Oh, I'm all over it.
Thai chicken. If I could have a recommendation for Chef Mark out there, can we get some potato soup sometime? Just some cream of potato, just potato bacon. That would sound great. But pick 6 today. We've got a huge carryover, 2-day carryover. Starts in race number 4, over $237,000. I hope that your day is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I love that. I can't spell it, though. And I just want to say Tom is going to take over for me on the show because I'm going to be doing double duty for a little while. So in the meantime, it has been a real pleasure to be here every day.
But we'll have you back for the racing.
Absolutely.
So we get you for that. You have a great day. And Kirsten, I went 6 for 6. Nailed it. Enjoy today at Keeneland.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, sibling rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
He's all the talk. I bet 5,000,003. 3 in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. Where 5,000,002, 5,000,003. On his seat now, 5,000,003. 3, 4, 4. Go ahead, he's 4. 4,000,005. 4,000,004. 4,000,005. Oh my, 4,000,004. I got 5,000,005, 5,000,006. 36 all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5,000,005 and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Devin Hale to the paddock. An Ashland, Kentucky native, Devin is a songwriter and the proud son of late Kentucky public educator Jackie Blackburn. He currently resides in Lexington. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Chris Olson with Parking and Traffic as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Chris.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Main track is fast and the turf is firm. Fast and firm today, and the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Now the changes. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also kicks off the early pick five. No changes in that first event. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 1, Paved in Gold. And scratch number 7, Macho Villa. Again, scratch the 1, Paved in Gold. And scratch 7, Macho Villa. Third race, scratch number 2, Asena. Scratch number 3, Percy. That's in the third race, scratch number 2, Asena. And scratch number 3, Percy. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta on that third race. Fourth race is the start of the pick 6. Carryover, $237,537. In that fourth event, the jockey for number 8, Queen Lexi, Edgar Morales. That's race 4, number 8, Queen Lexi, jockey Edgar Morales. Race 5. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth event, that's where the late pick 4 gets underway. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw in. There's a jockey change on the 1, Master of the Night, Declan Cannon. Number 1, Master of the Night, the jockey, Declan Cannon. Seventh race, scratch the 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch 14, Billy the Greek. 15, Elevated Game. And 16, Riza's Rolex. That's in the 7th race. Scratch number 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Billy the Greek, the 15, Elevated Game, and the 16, Riza's Rolex. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Family Factor, will run. 8th race. Scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 4, Shaken Loose. And please note, contrary to the program, number 6, Stinger B, is a gelding. Number 6, Stinger B, is a gelding. 9th and final race, no carryover today for the Toyota Super High 5. But in that 9th race, change of equipment today for the 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on. Number 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on today. There's a jockey change on the 6, Star Slugger, and that'll be Declan Cannon. Number 6, Star Slugger, jockey Declan Cannon. Please note, contrary to the program, number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. And take out the also eligibles 11 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Very pleasant Thursday afternoon to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and from around the world. We've got a big race card ahead of us and a big pick 6 carryover, which we'll talk about in a few moments. Race number 4 is where that begins. It's a 2-day carryover. But, Caton, our featured event is race number 7, the Hermitage Farm, for 2-year-olds on the grass course, turf firm, rail at 30 feet once again today, and a big field to sort through in this 7th race. Tough Little Nut installed as the very lukewarm morning line favorite.
Tough Little Nut is going to be interesting because he's not the type of horse that usually gets played very heavily, but he is coming out of Stakes Company, and he was second in the juvenile last out. I'm thinking Copper Missile may take a little bit of action off two good starts, one at Kentucky Downs, one at Churchill Downs, and of course a first-time starter in the 5-Code Omaha, who's very nicely bred, and 1-for-1 Lifetime. So this is going to be a very fun betting race.
It certainly is, and race number 7, part of that pick 6 sequence on this 9-race card, part of the late pick 5 and late pick 4, and here is that number that should catch your eye and ear. $237,537 carries over. It's a 2-day carryover into today's pick 6. Begins with race number 4 this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. So we will remind you of this over the course of the afternoon. Post time for that 4th race, the first leg of the pick 6, 2:36 Eastern time, as the race card will get underway at the top of the hour here at Keeneland. We've got a pretty competitive event to kick off this Thursday card. Race number 1, $62,500 claimer. Non-1 is a 2 lifetime. That's the restriction, as they'll be traveling 6.5 furlongs. Starts the early pick 5, first double of the day, and the first pick 3 opportunity of the day as well. The number 4 horse, Dark Vector, both you and I go in this direction. A horse that dropped in for $75,000 last time out at Saratoga, ran second that day as about the second or third choice in the wagering. Broke his maiden at Belmont by 10. He ran in some tough company thereafter, but this seems to be the right fit at this stage in his career at a level like this, and being in a restricted non-1 as a 2 situation, I think elevates him even further, as Luis Saez will reunite with this Boltoro colt for the first time since April here at Keeneland, where he was second in a maiden special weight.
I like the fact that he's coming in fresh, and he is also getting 6.5 furlongs to work with, which I think will be just perfect. He can be close to the pace. He could even be on the lead if nobody else wants it. I don't think that's a bad thing. There aren't that many horses that have early speed. So a couple others that could try to make things tough for him, but Dark Vector, to me, the horse to beat in here, agreement with you. Then I went to the 1 Power Seeker, who comes off a year layoff. It's hard to know what to make of this colt, and he certainly draws kind of a tough spot to make his comeback, but he broke his maiden here at Keeneland at this distance in maiden special weight company, and he's saddled by the meet's leading trainer, who, when he drops into claiming races, wins now at it's right around 25%, I believe. Even higher when those horses have won their last start. So hard to ignore Power Seeker, although I think this is a tricky inside post. And then for third, Scott, a horse I know you liked as well, Penzance, the 3 for Team Godolphin. Mike Stidham training, son of Uncle Mo, kind of threw in a clunker in allowance company at Laurel, but he was able to break his maiden at Colonial. I'm willing, especially with the class drop, to forgive that last race. He had some trouble in that last race, so you can really draw a line through it. And I think he could sit kind of a nice stalking trip under Flavien Prat.
Yeah, that trouble stumbling away from the start, being pinched, etc. So we'll see if he can bounce back here today. But the favorite is the number 5 horse, B-Sud, for Dallas Stewart on the cutback in distance, with Gaffleone in the saddle, looking to make up some ground on Luis Saez in this tight race in the jockey standings. At this stage, it really looks like it's going to come down to Saez, Gaffleone, and perhaps Flavien Prat. Those are the top 3, and within striking range of each other. 15 minutes away from race number 1 at Keeneland Racecourse. Fast and firm conditions for the first of 9 races. And don't forget about that big pick 6 carryover starting in race number 4. Over $250,000 carries. It's a 2-day carryover at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up, a $62,500 claiming price. No changes in the first. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Race 1 begins the day's rolling doubles, pick 3s, and also starts the early pick 5. Post time at 7 minutes.
About 5 minutes to post, and the 2 spoilers sits on the board at 8-1. Could be true to his name as he comes in for Steve Asmussen. Looking very bright. He had nice energy level, looked very sharp in the paddock, and continues to look that way on the track. And he is a clocker's pick, having put in a nice workout on October 18th. He actually worked very well here at Keeneland October 11th as well. And in fact, all his works here at Keeneland have been very, very strong. Good workhorse in the morning, but I like to see the fact that he maybe likes this racetrack, moves turf to dirt, and back to the main track where he started his career, didn't show much, but that was last fall. So maybe he's had a little bit of time to grow up and will handle it a little better, as well as getting some class relief here. Currently, again, on the board at 8-1. The horse getting a little bit of play in the wagering, the 1 Power Seeker at 7-2, but would seem to be an overlay in terms of his morning line odds for Brad Cox. Debuted here at Keeneland a year ago and came from off the pace, really in an impressive bid. It didn't look like he was going to get there, and then won somewhat comfortably at 6.5 furlongs. So distance isn't a problem. You just wonder where he fits now with so much time away. He's been off for almost a year. He does show some steady workouts at Turfway Park. He does run for the meet's leading trainer, who wins with this angle pretty consistently. And in looking at him, he had a nice energy level. He is a handsome horse by Distorted Humor out of a Mineshaft mare. Looks like the type of horse that would run all day, but we saw how efficient he was at 6.5 furlongs, and he does look fit. So hard not to like what you're seeing from Power Seeker, especially when you can get 7-2 odds on a horse for the leading trainer at the meet. Just a little bit of time left to wager to get things started with the first pick 5 of the afternoon.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Dark Vector comes forward. B. Sud moves into line. Here is Fast Fall. Running for Cash, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Dark Vector along with Spoiler. B. Sud joins them, and now here comes Power Seeker. Power Seeker moves up down toward the inside, takes over third. Spoiler's got the lead, though, between horses, and Spoiler leads at 3/4 of a length. Dark Vector goes second, 3/4 of a length. Power Seeker third. B. Sud is fourth. Penzance behind horses down toward the inside in fifth. Fast Fall moves up to the far outside past that one, and Running for Cash is last, running nearly 6 lengths from the front, opening quarter, 23.36 seconds. Spoiler, Dark Vector, B. Sud. They go 1, 2, 3. Here's Dark Vector moving up alongside of Spoiler. They begin to battle it for the lead, just separated by a head midway on the far turn. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to B. Sud, who is in third. Power Seeker is fourth. Fast Fall fifth. Penzance is in sixth, still 8 lengths from the front. Running for Cash is the trailer. Dark Vector right alongside of Spoiler. Lead battle continues off the far turn. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to B. Sud. Here's Dark Vector putting ahead in front from Spoiler. B. Sud, then Power Seeker in fourth. Spoiler fights on inside of Dark Vector, then B. Sud and Power Seeker. Now Power Seeker comes late, but is still third, still 4 lengths away. Spoiler's got the lead back in the inside. Then you've got Dark Vector, and then you've got Power Seeker down to the wire. This one's going to be close to start the day. It's going to be a head bob to decide the opener.
Dark Vector and Spoiler, as Spoiler accepted that roll down on the inside and runs a huge race at odds of 10-1, as does the favorite, the number 4 horse, Dark Vector. And it's going to come down to who gets the best head bob on the wire after this 6.5 furlong journey to kick off the Keeneland Thursday card.
Boy, Spoiler leading every step of the way, and the very end had every reason to get tired, but dug in as gamely as he could under Christian Torres, where Dark Vector looked like he was going to roll right on by, but didn't anticipate the staunch protest that Spoiler put in there. Very, very close to the wire here.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. In the photo for the win, number 2, Spoiler, finished first. Number 4, Dark Vector, was second. Number 1, Power Seeker, third. Number 3, Penzance was fourth. 2-4-1-3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Spoiler, owned and also bred in Kentucky by Curtis C. Green, the trainer Steve Asmus, and the jockey Christian Torres. Spoiler, 3-year-old son of First Samurai out of AP's Glory by Mineshaft. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.32 seconds. First race results official, 2-4-1-3, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Fast track, firm turf, and the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. In race 2, scratch the 1 Paved in Gold and scratch the 7 Macho Villa. That's in the second race. Scratch 1 Paved in Gold and scratch 7 Macho Villa. Third race, scratch number 2 Asena and scratch number 3 Percy. That's in the third race. Scratch number 2 Asena and scratch number 3 Percy. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta on that third event. Fourth race, jockey for number 8, Queen Lexi, Edgar Morales. That's the fourth race, jockey for number 8, Queen Lexi, Edgar Morales. Race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16, did not draw into the race.
Race number 2, 20 minutes to post, start of the early pick 4 and maiden $100,000 claiming event for 3 and up, and 6.5 furlongs. Once again, the distance as it was in the opener. And Showdown King 4 to 5 right now. No surprise that this runner is taking the attention that he is. Dropping in class for Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez. It jumps into the saddle here today for the first time in what will be this horse's 3rd career start, but just simply comes out of tougher races and takes the biggest drop down in class that you can make in racing, from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, with the also realization that this is a maiden $100,000 claimer. So it's not a huge drop down in class, but a significant one at that, to where I think that he can continue to sustain his bid with that early position that he has maintained in his races, and especially with the cutback in distance. And I don't think, Caton, that this race will be run as quickly as either of the 2 races that he exits from here this afternoon, or comes into this race off of here this afternoon.
Agree completely. You know, there is no pace in this race. So I don't think there's any way it'll be as fast as either of the last 2 races have been. And I think that Showdown King is going to be able to take advantage of that. I really think that he'll be on or very close to the lead, but in a very comfortable fashion here. And he has that tightener coming off the mile to be fit at the end, but he did show speed on his debut and then got a little bit tired after a very fast opening quarter and a very solid half. So, you know, the combination of a softer pace, softer competition, and a horse who hasn't really run that poorly, all add to the 5 Showdown King being very tough in here. That's why he's the even money favorite. You and I agree on him. We agree on the 6, Be There, who moves turf to dirt for Nick Zito. Now, I'm not crazy about the fact that this horse usually is coming from a little off the pace, but he's also dropping out of maiden special weight races in for a claiming price, and he has on occasion been able to sit close to the pace. If you look back, you've got to go back to a race in the slop, but at Saratoga in July of last year, and he was just a length or so off the leaders through a solid enough pace to mean that maybe this spot he can sit close, be tactical. He gets Tyler Gaffalione with a return call, and I think that speaks volumes because Tyler generally has a choice of mounts in here. So if he chooses to ride back a horse that he rode last time who didn't win, I think it says something about the horse, and to Be There makes some sense to me as well.
And look at the quick paces that he's chased. I mean, every single one of his races that he's coming into this race off of have been insanely fast paces, whether it's on the dirt or the turf course. So 3 to 1 on Be There, justified in the wagering. The 2 is where I go to for the 3rd choice. That is Collier's Time. Blinkers go on. He'll cut back in distance. Now draws the rail with the scratch of the 1, which I don't know that it necessarily impacts him in any way, because I think that he was going to get outrun in the early stages of this race, regardless if he's on the rail or was in post position number 2. But he takes a drop in class. Ian Wilkes adds blinkers. I would expect him to be able to run on late, and that would be the idea on the cutback in distance scenario for him. And if the pace is quick and they can't sustain it, and say the 5 and the 6 hook up, he's one that can close and take advantage of that for the Lothenbach stables.
Well, and I went to the 4 Harbor Bridge for kind of the same reason. And what's interesting about Harbor Bridge is the fact that he ran really a very poor effort last time out. He was beaten double digits, but it was 1 mile and 3/16, and it was off the layoff. Today, the 4 Harbor Bridge gets to drop in class. He is shortening up considerably to the 6.5 furlong distance. And though he won't be in that first tier of horses, I think he'll be running at the end, more similar to the way he was running prior to his layoff. So I thought that race in hindsight might be a really good tightener for him as he gets to shorten up, he gets to drop in class, and he gets into a spot where I think he can be pretty competitive. His races around 2 turns were actually pretty good. He was knocking on the door, in fact, went favored in 2 of them. So you've got to think that maybe he has a shot in this race where there are no standouts, though he is going to have to come running late. The pace is going to have to back up here, and I don't know if that can happen, but I do think he could be at least a fringe player, and he is right now getting support at 9 to 2 as well.
Race number 2, maiden $100,000 claiming event for 3 and up, and once again 6.5 furlongs the distance, as we will begin the first of 2 pick 4s on the afternoon. This is the early pick 4 beginning in race number 2 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden claiming event, 3-year-olds and up, $100,000 the price. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, paved in gold, and scratch the 7, Macho Villa. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Fast track firm turf today, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Post time at 7 minutes.
There's a look at the number 3 horse, Free Ramblin' Man, for Allied Racing Stable and trainer Brett Calhoun, a runner that's also taking a drop down in class. Maybe not as, certainly not as substantial as many of these others in here, given he's coming up from Evangeline Downs in Louisiana. But the cutback in distance, Brett Calhoun with a sprinter, a horse returning to sprinting, can always be dangerous. And Gavin Ashton in the saddle today with his 14-1 shot as he's feeling good as they move on in the warm-up process for race 2.
That's what drew my attention. He's feeling very, very sharp. And maybe the time away, he's been rested since May, has done him good as far as growing up a little bit, feeling good, and maybe able better to handle this level of competition. He didn't run poorly on the turf at Evangeline or on the main track, but did require a little bit more distance. I don't think he'll be part of the early pace necessarily, but I do think he could be sitting in that perfect striking position. He looked just super, just really attracted my attention, and I think at 14-1 is being a little bit overlooked in a race in which you can make a play for or against almost everybody in here.
He's 14-1 on the board right now. We go on to the number 6 horse, the Nick Zito trained son of Medaglia d'Oro, Be There. Nick saying that he's doing good. He likes making the move from turf to dirt as this horse is making here today. That's a move that we've seen a lot of trainers utilize through the years, and he can't be disrespected. And he mentioned, I asked, with the horse down to his inside being the main competition, where would you like to see them, or your horse in comparison to him? He said, I just would like to see them in a battle down the stretch. But he also recognized that this is Keeneland. It's not an easy place to win any type of race, so you've got to beat them all. And if anybody knows that, it's Nick Zito, a man that has had tasted some of the biggest success that this sport offers through the decades in thoroughbred racing.
Well, I really think that there are 2 horses in the race that could make the lead. The 5, Showdown King, or the 6, Be There. And it's just a question of who breaks most sharply and whether they decide to engage early or whether one takes back and tries to make a late move. I think the 5, Showdown King, is most likely to be the one that would go for it. He's just naturally going to be a little bit faster, I think, coming out of faster races. Also, I gave him the paddock pick. He looked really well. Just a very good-looking, kind of handy-looking. He doesn't. It's funny because he looks more sprint type than he does route horse, even though he's by mineshaft. But maybe a nice combination of both, really nicely balanced and kind of athletic-looking and feisty. You can see him kind of pinning his ears there and eager to get on with the work at hand. So I give a little nod to the 5 Showdown King, but I do think the race belongs to those two early as far as pace is concerned.
Pick 4 begins here. This is race number 2. A reminder of the start of the Pick 6 coming up in race number 4. That will begin at 2:36 Eastern Time, 11:36 on the West Coast for those of you joining us via the feed. And that big carryover, over $250,000, 2-day carryover. So you've got some time to get tickets together, but just about an hour's worth of time to get those Pick 6 tickets together beginning in race number 4. This is race number 2, start of the early Pick 4. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early Pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Harbor Bridge goes into the gate. Showdown King moves in. Now Be There. Time and Beyond, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Showdown King, Be There, Time and Beyond. These three come forward in the opening stride. Showdown King, Time and Beyond now go 1-2. Be There is third in between that pair. Free Rambling Man is fourth down toward the inside, then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Harbor Bridge, who runs next to last here early on, and Collier's Time is the trailer. Settles down against the rail about 7 lengths off the lead as they work their way off the end of the backstretch and head into the far turn. Opening quarter went to 23.28 seconds. Showdown King to the inside. inside, leads Time and Beyond, but only by a neck around the turn. Gap of 2 lengths then back to Be There, who's toward the outside. Takes third now by a half length. Free Rambling Man is fourth. Then Collier's Time, who changes lanes to the outside from the back of the pack, still sixth from the front. And Harbor Bridge is last coming off the far turn. Showdown King, Time and Beyond still 1-2, separated by a length now. Free Rambling Man, then Be There, and then Collier's Time. And Collier's Time tries to move up along with Free Rambling Man, still both in behind horses, as Showdown King has opened up on a 4-length lead. The battle right now is for second. Here's Collier's Time from the outside, and then Free Rambling Man to the inside, but the leader, Showdown King, is 4 to the good past the 16th pole. Collier's Time to second. Showdown King wins it for Luis Saez. Collier's Time second, and then it was Free Rambling Man third. Time and Beyond was fourth.
Showdown King bet down to 6-5. The post-time favorite kept on going. He got pressure from the horse furthest to the outside in this field, Time and Beyond, but he dispenses of him. The only one really coming on late was the runner-up, the number 2 horse Collier's Time, who we thought would come from off the pace, but it was too late as the favorite had flown under Saez.
Yeah, Showdown King showed some heart there to hang in after being under pressure much of the way by Time and Beyond. Shakes free that one and just runs on for home as the 6-5 favorite. Leading rider Luis Saez with another victory.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 5, Showdown King, finished first. Number 2, Collier's Time was second. Number 3, Free Rambling Man, third. Number 8, Time and Beyond, finished fourth. 5-2-3-8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Showdown King, owned by the Showdown Kings of Matthew Wiley, trained by Eddie Keneally. Luis Saez, the jockey. Showdown King, a 3-year-old gelded son of Mineshaft out of B. Rocket by Aftermarket. Winner bred in Kentucky by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.54 seconds. Results official for that second race. 5-2-3-8, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering are offered here. Scratch the 2, Asena. And scratch the 3, Percy. Again, scratch the 2, Asena. Scratch number 3, Percy. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta on this third event. Fourth race, jockey for the 8, Queen Lexi, Edgar Morales. That's in the fourth race. Jockey for the 8, Queen Lexi, will be Edgar Morales. Race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf, rail at 30 feet on the turf course.
race number 3, scratch down to a field of 4 with the scratch the 2 and 3. Means no trifecta, no superfecta wagering, also no show wagering available in race number 3. So win and place only in exacta as well, and doubles continue to roll, as do pick threes here this afternoon. So no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Olga Isabel 2-5, no surprise with these scratches that her price has come down this far. She'll be awfully tough in here. Tyler Gaffleone looking to regain some ground on Luis Saez in this jockey race, the jockey title at Keeneland Racecourse. And Kate, this filly has just been good every step of the way. It took her a start to figure things out, and since then she really has. And she's run 2 good races at Keeneland, including crossing the wire in front, winning a race and being DQ'd to place second about a year plus ago here at Keeneland Racecourse. So she's got speed, she's got an outside draw and a small field. She's got a lot going for her here in the third.
Yeah, she's been kind of a win machine in first or second and 5 of 6 starts. Lifetime looks like she's training really well over at Churchill Downs for this. You know, it's interesting because she's got good early speed, but she's coming out of 1 mile races. And with that outside post position, even if she doesn't get away from the gate as quickly or show as much speed as the horse to her inside the 5, You're So Silly, she can still be effective. The positioning gives Tyler Gaffleone some options. And the 6.5 furlongs, you know, is something that she's not done before. It's the shortest distance she'll have run. But at the same time, I think it'll be fine for her. I really think that actually, even if she has a target, she can run more similarly to the way she did when she broke her maiden. So I think everything is in her hands, and she is a deserving favorite in here by virtue of her record, her style, and the fact that she has top connections here. But if there is a pace battle with the 5 and the 6 dueling it out, it's interesting because the 4, Be Like Water, could certainly pick up the pieces. But the 5, You're So Silly, is no slouch.
No, she isn't. And this is a filly that I know they've had to be patient with in getting a race for her. And these third-level allowance races are not easy races to fill for the racing office and to get to go, because typically off of 2 other than wins, we see horses jump into stakes company, and that's just the pattern in modern-day thoroughbred racing. So the fact that they get their opportunity, it certainly is one I think she's more than capable of utilizing. But she's drawn to the inside of Olga Isabel, which I don't think helps her, but helps Olga Isabel. But you've got to respect her. She comes into this race off of a win for Phil Simms and a filly like the favorite, who has run 2 very good races at Keeneland, a win and a second-place finish.
Yeah, she likes the track, and she's got good speed. And in fact, she might, coming out of a sprint race off the layoff, be even a tad bit quicker early than Olga Isabel. So that might enable, Jareth Loveberry might be able to get the jump on her, at least in the earliest stages. But it's going to be a heck of a battle to see these 2 and to see how it plays out. As I mentioned, the 4, Be Like Water, kind of perfectly positioned if there's a pace meltdown to pick up the pieces. But it's hard to see, especially at 6.5 furlongs and the way the first 2 races ran as far as pace was concerned. It's hard to see Be Like Water being able to get up in time unless they go really, really fast early.
Race number 3 on the card. Again, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering, no show wagering with this field of 4, but double exacta and pick 3 as well as win place wagering available for race number 3. And also a reminder, race number 4 is the start of that lucrative pick 6 today. That'll get underway at 2:36 Eastern time, so just about 45 minutes from now, the start of that pick 6, race number 4, with a $250,000 plus carryover, 2-day carryover, where the pool should be pressing and eclipse the 7-figure mark when it comes to the pick 6 beginning in race number 4. But first, race number 3 coming up here at Keeneland in less than 15 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Sienna allowance optional claiming race for a prize of $100,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 2, Asena, and scratch number 3, Percy. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta on this third race. But double and pick 3 wagering are offered. Post time in 7 minutes.
There's You're So Silly, 5-2 on the board right now for Constance Schubel and Phil Sims coming into this race off the win. She looks nice in her warm-up, the daughter of Lee, the cleverly named daughter of Lee, making start 14 of her career.
I agree. I thought she looked very, very good, and she does like this racetrack. And, you know, when you look at her horse for horse compared to the 6 Olga Isabel, she's more of your prototype for the sprinter versus Olga Isabel, who's kind of a big type of horse. But I like that in this particular spot. I'm wondering if she may be able to take advantage of the situation as far as speed is concerned, and with her agility, second start off the layoff, just jump right into things and make Olga Isabel have to run a little bit early. If anybody can upset, I think it's her, especially based on looks. You're So Silly, I was very impressed with. She looks super.
Favorite is the number 6 horse, and again, the 4 to 5 price from 1 to 5, it's moving up a little bit. So this is not a bad price, and not often do we get to say that 4 to 5 is a solid price. But when you've got her kind of form and just 3 others that she has to beat, I mean, I have seen 4 to 5 shots that are not as intriguing as this one, certainly in race number 3.
Well, you know, here's the thing about her. There's still some questions, right? Can Olga Isabel run at 6.5 furlongs as effectively as she does at a mile? Also, what's going to happen if she doesn't get the lead? Because she has been on the lead for each of her last 4 races, every step of the way. Now, it could be a product of how those races shook out, and she was able to win when she wasn't on the lead, when she broke her maiden. But she's trained super, very sharply. She's a big, strong filly, reminiscent of her sire Tisnow. She just doesn't strike me as the type that looks a 6.5 furlong horse, but her record is enviable. She's the horse to beat. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch what happens between these 2 fillies. A note about the 4, Be Like Water, who I think is an interesting contender. She got a little bit warm, but I'm thinking since she was saddled with the pony in the paddock and the pony stayed with her the whole time, that maybe that's just her. She tends to maybe run a little bit warmer. But she was well behaved, and the pony seemed to do the trick. And she is a real lanky kind of contrast filly to the other 2 as far as conformation is concerned, but it's worth noting that she likes this racetrack as well, and she is capable of a nice late kick regardless of distance.
Race number 3, less than 3 minutes to post at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Sienna. Moving into line, race 3. Boma goes into the gate. Be Like Water. Two left to load. Here is You're So Silly coming forward. Olga Isabel, the last one. Going in. At the post. They're off. Olga Isabel from the outside comes out for the early lead. Olga Isabel right to the front. You're So Silly goes with her and quickly slides down next to the rail in that second position. Boma will go third for the move up the back stretch. And then Be Like Water, who is last of the four, 5 lengths off the lead as they work their way over to the far turn. Olga Isabel is the leader, and Olga Isabel leads it by a length. You're So Silly travels along in second. That first quarter on the board in 22.56 seconds. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back to the two trailers. Be Like Water just outside of Boma. On to the turn they go. Olga Isabel leads. You're So Silly in close pursuit, though. Just a length separates the top two. Then a break of 6 more back to Boma in third, and Be Like Water, who now moves up and takes the third spot by a neck, still well behind the leader coming off the far turn. Olga Isabel has opened up on You're So Silly. Quarter mile to go, and Olga Isabel now the lead is out to 3 lengths coming into the stretch. You're So Silly is still there on the outside, still trying to reel in the leader. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Be Like Water. 1/8 of a mile to go. Olga Isabel now under urging. You're So Silly has not thrown in the towel. She's still trying, but there's still 3 lengths between them. 16th pole. Olga Isabel. Tyler Gaffalione aboard. Olga Isabel wins it. You're So Silly was second, and then Be Like Water third. Boma was fourth.
Olga Isabel, as expected, she settled at 1-2 in the win wagering, and she was able to keep on going with You're So Silly making chase, but never able to cut into that advantage that this filly by Tiz Now was able to carve out for herself for Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffalione, and Owners Top Racing.
I think the only surprise here was how easy she was able to make the lead, how fast she was early, and how she was able to sustain it. This is a really special performance for a big strapping daughter of Tiz Now. She is quick out of the gate and makes it 3 consecutive victories here. Tyler Gaffalione aboard for the win for Brad Cox.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 6, Olga Isabel, finished first. Number 5, You're So Silly, was second. Number 4, Be Like Water, third. And number 1, Boma, fourth. 6-5-4-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Sienna, number 6, Olga Isabel, owned by Top Racing LLC of Lucas Noriega, trainer Brad Cox, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Olga Isabel, a 4-year-old filly by Tisnow, out of Miss Patricia by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Top Racing LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.16 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Sienna Trophy presentation to the connections of Olga Isabel. Third race results official, 6-5-4-1. The official results, Keeneland's third race. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. The main track is fast and the turf is firm today. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Double and pick 3 wagering offered in the fourth. It's also the start of the pick 6 with that carryover of $237,537. Jockey change in this fourth race on number 8, Queen Lexi. It is Edgar Morales. Number 8, Queen Lexi, the jockey Edgar Morales. Race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth race, jockey for the 1, master of the night, is Declan Cannon. That's in the sixth race, jockey for the 1, master of the night, Declan Cannon. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Seventh event, scratch number 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch 14, Billy the Greek, the 15, Elevated Game, and the 16, Riza's Rolex. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Billy the Greek, the 15, Elevated Game, and the 16, Riza's Rolex. A reminder, 13 draws into the race. Number 13, Family Factor, will run. Eighth race, scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. Eighth race, scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. Contrary to the program, the 6, Stinger Bee, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, 6 Stinger B is a gelding. 9th and final race. Change of equipment today. The 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on. That's in the 9th race. Number 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on today. Jockey for the 6 Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. That's the 6 Star Slugger, the jockey, Declan Cannon. Contrary to the program, number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. And take out the also eligibles 11 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 4, 20 minutes to post. First leg of the Pick 6. We'll get you the updated Pick 6 pool once available with that $250,000 plus 2-day carryover coming into the afternoon. This is a huge opportunity, one of the biggest of the meet here this fall at Keeneland Racecourse as far as a pool size and in the Pick 6 most certainly, and a great sequence of races in front of us for the final 6 races on this Thursday afternoon. Up on the edge, the number 2 horse, the 3-1 favorite right now. This is a filly for Rudy Brisset, who was entered actually in a race yesterday. They opted for the tougher race. I think it's always a positive when you can see that and you have that ability to see the entries, especially with races being entered, horses being entered into races 7 days out at Keeneland Racecourse. We saw that on a much bigger scale with a horse, Raise Cane, who was cross-entered and ultimately went for the tougher race in the Perryville Stakes on Saturday, and he won. So up on the edge, Rudy Brisset telling me yesterday that this filly really has matured in the last couple of weeks and she's a filly that's run some big races, and I think today is her day versus this group in a maiden special weight, and a maiden special weight that is restricted for horses that sold or are in aid reserve not attained for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction.
Well, she draws to the inside with just one horse inside of her, and she does have good early speed, which normally I'd be a little concerned about because I think there's a tremendous amount of speed in here. But if you look at the first 3 races of the afternoon, you would have to feel a lot better about it. Up on the edge, I think coming out of a mile race back to 7 furlongs and with the combination of early speed and an inside post, certainly one that has to be considered among the top 3. I used her, but I preferred others as far as I think she's a must-use on your ticket. But my top choice, the 7, Princess is Olivia, exiting, I think, a pretty tough race that was won by Almond Fudge. 2 horses have so far come out of this restricted maiden race, and though it's not as tough as a wide-open maiden special weight, it seems this particular race at Churchill Downs on September 16th was, I think, very competitive. She stalked the pace before tiring and struck me as the type that will appreciate the 7 furlongs. I think if she doesn't have to rush quite so much to stay in contention early, she's going to be a lot better off and able to finish. I expect improvement second start out. She's got Francisco Arrieta riding her back. He knows the filly and can get a little aggressive with her, I think, as well. So some big pluses with Princess Olivia, who sits on the board at 6-1.
Definitely like her as well. She's my second choice in this race. Princess is Olivia for Juan Cano, making start 2 of her career. We move on to the number 12 horse next, a horse that you've got second choice, that being Classy and Connected for Tom Drury Jr., filly by Connect, who was a $50,000 Keeneland September sale grad, just sneaking into this level of competition based on the auction restriction with this maiden special weight, but she's run 2 solid races between Ellis as well as Churchill Downs, and that turned out to be a live race because the filly that was third just in front of her, Crickle, would come out of there and win at Churchill on closing weekend a few weeks back.
Another horse came out of that race as well to win. Same race that Princess is Olivia came out of. Princess is Olivia finished 5th. Classy and Connected finished in front of her. So if you like one, you probably like the other. I also think that this daughter of Connect is just slowly, gradually improving with each start. And so that kind of forward momentum could put her right in the hunt. Outside post position is probably an advantage with these types of runners. You stay clear of maybe some trouble that might happen inside of you. And I think she'll come running late.
And then finally, the number 1 horse, Fluid, a first-time starter, draws post position number 1, drawn to this filly because of her works and her pedigree. The Daughters of Blame, that Breeders' Cup Classic champion, have just simply come on in the last few years of racing, and also from a broodmare perspective. I know that that's a ways down the line for Fluid, this Blame filly, before she gets to the breeding shed. But this filly, with Riley Mott calling the shots, the fact that she's in this race here today with Tyler Gaffleone, I think, is another tell. And she's 7-1 on the board right now, getting set for her first career start. It's race number 4, start of the Pick 6. Once again, that pool will be available once we have those full numbers when it comes to the carryover and the current wagering into the Pick 6 pool. And there it is, over $570,000. I would expect that will at least double over the course of the next 15 minutes. It's a $1 minimum wager. It is a big opportunity, big money on the line in this Pick 6. Get involved here at Keeneland. Pick 6 begins with race number 4 in less than 15 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race maiden auction here. 2-year-old fillies sold or were reserved not attained for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. The jockey for number 8, Queen Lexi, Edgar Morales. Edgar Morales, the jockey for number 8, Queen Lexi. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that $237,000 carryover. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 6 minutes.
There's a look at the one-horse Fluid for Riley Mott and Cheyenne Stables, the filly by Blame that we were talking about. She looks fit and ready to go. Watching her down in the paddock, a lot of nice things to say about her looks for debut under the Riley Mott care.
Agreed, though I'm not in love with the first-time starter from the rail, nor do I think at 7 furlongs those first-time starters have the advantage over horses that have a race underneath them. I really thought this filly looked exceptional, and she shows some very sharp works in the morning. So if she gets out of the gate and gets position under Tyler Gaffleone, she could be a real factor. Boy, beautiful filly for sure, and she does look fit.
Let's move over to the 10-horse Torpedo Anna. She's getting plenty of attention in the wagering. A daughter of Fast Anna for Kenny McPeak, making her debut here today. Brian Hernandez Jr. rides for Mark Edwards and Brookdale Racing.
You can see right there, she towers over the pony. She's a big filly, has size and scope, and she was feeling very, very good, kind of like a freight train when she headed out to the racetrack. She's warmed up very professionally, though, and her workout pattern has been very solid with some fast works in the morning, combined with some works out of the starting gate. It'll be interesting to see where she sits early, but she's bred to be precocious and fast. Brian Hernandez Jr. for Kenny McPeak, a very good combination. Though you don't often think of Kenny's horses winning first time out, he tends to be a little bit more patient, conservative. They improve race by race. I thought this filly looked very good.
The window is closing to get involved in the pick six, but the pool is growing. Over $715,000. We always see significant money come in late, and that is still to come as we're pressing $750,000 and nearing $1 million in this pick six pool with that 2-day carryover. Once again, less than 3 minutes to get all your plays in, including the pick six here at Keeneland. Race number 4, leg 1 of today's pick six.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. Moving into line for the fourth. Lou Anna moves into line. Stephanie's Warrior goes into the gate. Torpedo Anna comes forward. Jocelyn goes in. Now Guest of Honor and Chiquita Reyna. Classy and Connected will be the last to load and comes forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There's Kentucky Terminator up on the edge, is right there in the opening strides. Princess is Olivia, Chiquita Reyna, Guest of Honor, all have early speed. Princess is Olivia has the lead by a head. Chiquita Reyna moves up to her inside, and up on the edge is a close-up third against the rail. Kentucky Terminator is in the fourth position. And then Classy and Connected just to the outside of Jocelyn, fifth and sixth respectively. Torpedo Anna is seventh toward the outside. Fluid is eighth against the rail, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead to the far turn. Guest of Honor has been shuffled back behind her into the ninth spot and is followed by Lou Anna in 10th position. Queen Lexi is 11th, Stephanie's Warrior 12th, 22.56 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Up on the edge against the rail, leading Princess is Olivia by 3/4 of a length. Chiquita Reyna has lost ground, drops back into third, and loses more ground top of the stretch as Torpedo Anna moves by her. She now takes third, quarter mile out, starting a run to the center of the track. Torpedo Anna is coming forward with a rush off the far turn to challenge Princess is Olivia, and up on the edge, and Torpedo Anna, well, she just kept right on running into the final furlong. Torpedo Anna runs on by for Brian Hernandez Jr. 16th to go. The lead's already out to 6, now 7 lengths. Back to up on the edge second. Princess is Olivia third. It is Torpedo Anna. Much the best. Up on the edge was second. Princess is Olivia was third. Going to be close for that fourth spot, either Kentucky Terminator or Queen Lexi.
Torpedo Anna living up to the hype here today in the wagering, bet down to 4-1, and she blows past this group, which includes the favorite, the 2 down on the inside, up on the edge. Torpedo Anna, brilliant today for Kenny McPeak.
Boy, she looked the part when she came out, and she was all business on the racetrack, just running away from this field. Is the daughter of Fast Anna, and Brian Hernandez Jr. for Kenny McPeak with a first-time starter that's got a bright future.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 10, Torpedo Anna, was first. Number 2, Up on the Edge, second. Number 7, Princess Is Olivia, was third. Number 8, Queen Lexi, fourth. 10-2-7-8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 10, Torpedo Anna, owned by Brookdale Racing Incorporated of Nader Alali, and owned also by Mark Edwards, the trainer, Kenny McPeak, and the jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. Torpedo Anna, 2-year-old filly by Fast Anna, out of Satavis by Uncle Mo, bred in Kentucky by Judy Hicks. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 24.6 seconds over the fast main track. Fourth race results official. 10-2-7-8, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Main track is fast today. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth event, the jockey for the 1, Master of the Night, Declan Cannon. That's race 6, jockey for the 1, Master of the Night, Declan Cannon. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the event. Seventh race, scratch the 6, Steeler Mischief. Scratch 14, Billy the Greek. Scratch 15, Elevated Game. And scratch 16, Reese's Rolex. That's race 7. Scratch number 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch 14, Billy the Greek, 15, Elevated Game, and 16, Reese's Rolex. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, Family Factor, draws into the race. Eighth race, scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. Eighth race, scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. Contrary to the program, number 6, Stinger B, is a gelding. 6, Stinger B is a gelding. Ninth and final race, change of equipment for the 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on. Number 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on today. Jockey for the 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. Number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. And there's an overweight, the 10, Ruthless Rua, the jockey 3 pounds over. 10, Ruthless Rua, the jockey 3 pounds over. Take out the also eligibles 11 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 5, 18 minutes to post here today at Keeneland Racecourse. And just to revisit the pick 6 pool, a huge pool in the end, over $1.15 million in new money. And so that brings the pick 6 pool total to over $1.38 million. So well done. Thank you for your participation. And hopefully you had the McPeak runner on debut in there. The tote board told you she was live as she was 4-1 in the end. We're on to race number 5, though. This is another crucial part of the card. Starts the late pick 5 as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 9, the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 sequence here today. I've got the number 3 on top. That's excellent question for Brendan Walsh. Speightstown filly. Blinkers come off. Second start on the turf for this Speightstown filly in start 8 of her career. And the stat with Brendan Walsh with runners' second career grass race, 21% winners with a positive ROI, and horses finish in the money over 50% of the time, 54% to be exact. So a lot of reasons to like the 3. Excellent question, and combine that with Tyler Gaffalione taking the call.
I also like the fact that the blinkers come off, and that's a strong angle for Brendan as well. 22% with the blinkers off. And this is a filly who, in her turf debut, did not have the easiest of trips. She was a little wide. She had to kind of steady on several different spots in the race. I think she never was able to really get into her full stride or get any momentum or confidence until real late in the game. She did continue on despite those troubles. She has a long, beautiful stride on the grass. Really think she's going to improve. The mile cutback, I don't think hurts her at all, because I think if she can just be a little bit more fluid in the early stages of the race, regardless of what the pace is, she's going to come running late, and that could be the ideal situation for her. She draws well, too, in post 3, and you get Tyler Gaffalione looking for his second winner of the afternoon.
The 7-horse Red River Magic is currently 9-2 on the board for Chris Hartman. He's in and amongst those at the top of the trainer standings, as we've mentioned over the last week at Keeneland Racecourse. Had a winner yesterday, and this is a Justify filly, daughter of the Triple Crown champion Justify, who comes out of sprint races. She improved start 2 of her career, which tends to happen more often than not. But the fact that she gets to go a route of ground here today with this type of pedigree, she's from a quality road first dam, she could be primed to take a big step forward here today. She comes out of that race at Churchill Downs that Get Twisted won. That was the horse that we talked about last weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse that sprung a 90-1 upset, rolling past that entire group. So she came back. She ran okay in the end in that race with a wide draw, but Red River Magic going to a route of ground should take a step forward, in my opinion, for Chris Hartman.
Yeah, she's going to be forwardly placed, and there may not be that much to push her in the early stages. If she gets loose on the lead, especially with the rail 30 feet out, she could really be a force here, though some of the first-time starters might show a little bit of speed as well. And one of those first-time starters is the 5 Mirari for Augustin Stable. This is a daughter of Uncle Mo, who is out of the mare Chat, who produced Lilac Girl. Lilac Girl, half-sister to Miramari, was a winner here on the turf and has been a pretty consistent allowance-level performer for Jonathan Thomas. So the pedigree is there. Uncle Mo, the sire of this filly, is 15% with his turf offspring, 14% first-time starter winners. So some pretty solid statistics to back up a pretty steady work pattern in the morning at Turfway Park. Jonathan is 12% with his debut horses, and I think although that stat goes down when you talk about distances of a mile or more, this filly still warrants consideration of the first-time starters in here. She's getting played a little at 5-1 with the meet's leading rider, Louis Saez, up. I think she's very live here. And I also like the 10 Skip to the Beat, though I don't quite know what to do with her. She's a first-time United States import running for Brian Lynch off a year-plus layoff. She gets Lasix for her U.S. debut. She's been working right along over at Churchill Downs, and this is a good angle from a very small number of starters for Brian. Horses coming in from other countries into North America. He's won with great frequency for a very high return on investment, but he does well with his new horses, too. So Skip to the Beat is kind of interesting, was a good third in Ireland on good turf. We'll see what that translates to here in this country. She's currently 8-1, so a square price.
Race number 5 at Keeneland Racecourse, start of the late pick 5 and start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. The current favorite, Excellent question. The number 3 horse sitting at 5-2 on the tote board in this 12-horse field. Less than 13 minutes to post. Race 5 at Keeneland.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Gunston Hall is a maiden special weight for fillies and mares age 3 and up at 1 mile over the turf, which is listed firm. The rail at 30 feet today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland turf. Pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Post time in 5 minutes.
We started the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 just about 4 minutes away, and we'll start with the 12. Lady Dynamo, price shot at 14-1 with a tough outside post, but some credentials. She's coming off a second-place finish in her most recent start on the turf at Ellis Park. Came from off the pace that day and just about got the job done at this level of maiden special weight, and really has progressed nicely. This filly by Lord Nelson has the ability to kind of put herself in the race whenever she's asked, and I think that's a huge asset, though. She's going to have to work hard to overcome that outside post position, especially with the rail 30 feet out, but the price is right, and she looks very good on the track and has that experience to go back to. Clocker's pick is the one, Lady Emily Catherine for Safi Joseph, who has been breezing right along here at both Palm Meadows as well as Keeneland. She's a real racy-looking filly by Frosted, who was third, beaten just 3 parts of a length after leading much of the way at Kentucky Downs. Now, she kind of threw in a flat race at Churchill in her next try. In fairness, she was trying to press the pace as well, and did have company throughout, but you kind of didn't expect her to stop quite as badly as she did. We'll see if that was just an off day for her and she can rebound to the form that she showed in those first 2 starts. She looked bright, had a very nice way about her in the paddock, and she gets Flavian Pratt with the inside post position, currently at 7-2, one of the top contenders on the board. And then the 8, Jungle Cat, another long shot at 26-1, but not without some good back form. Jungle Cat, previously in 2021, was putting in some very good efforts, came close to breaking her maiden against some nice horses. She went to the sidelines and didn't come back until 2023, and has not been able to regain her form. But Rudolph Brissett has a way of working with these horses, and daughter of Animal Kingdom at the age of 5 still has the looks. She's coming out of a much longer race at Kentucky Downs. Third start now off another layoff. And I thought she looked as good as I've seen her look. I thought she looked much improved from the time I saw her at Kentucky Downs. Just a brighter, happier horse out on the track. Price is right to maybe throw into some of your exotics in this fifth race. That, again, kicks off both the Pick 5 and the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Favorite on the board at 5-2 is the 7, Red River Magic, Francisco Arrieta and Chris Hartman teaming up.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Gunston Hall, start of the late Pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Skip to the Beat goes in. Here's Mirari coming forward along with Mucho Macho Chick. Lady Tremaine. Lady Dynamo, the last to load, comes forward now. Moves into line at the post. And they're off. There goes Red River Magic. Red River Magic. Quick into stride. Goes right out for the lead. Starts to clear the inside traffic. Mucho Macho Chick is second on the outside. Lady Emily Catherine comes away running in third. Mirari fourth. Lady Dynamo fifth. Jungle Cat gets over to the inside to save some ground in the sixth position. And then Mondu is in seventh. The lane off the rail. Excellent Question is eighth toward the inside. Call Me Tony is in ninth. Lady Tremaine is 10th upon the outside of Silent Revenge. And Skip to the Beat is last of the 12, that opening quarter, 23.14 seconds. Up the backstretch, Red River Magic is the leader, leads it by a length. Mucho Macho Chick is second a length. Lady Emily Catherine is third to the inside a neck. And then, as they head for the turn, Mirari. Now, Mirari is fourth up on the outside as they work their way up off the end of the backstretch. The first half mile be posted on the board here shortly as they work their way to the far turn. Back up front, however, the lead battle continues. It is Red River Magic to the inside and Mucho Macho Chick right alongside that first half in 48.79 seconds. Lead battle stride for stride. Lady Emily Catherine third, 2 lengths off the front pair. And then Mirari, who looks toward the outside. She is in fourth, still 5 from the lead. Jungle Cat is toward the inside to save ground on both turns. Still 6 and still 6 lengths from the front. Red River Magic, Lady Emily Catherine, Mucho Macho Chick, Jungle Cat to the inside. Mirari is there to the outside. Excellent Question is 6th. And here comes Mirari from the outside. Jungle Cat tries to find an opening toward the rail, still 4th. Lady Emily Catherine and Mirari, they go 1-2. Excellent Question is running late from the far outside. Excellent Question trying to get there. Here's the wire. Excellent Question. What a stretch run to win it for Tyler Gaffalione.
What a performance by Excellent Question. 5-2 favorite in the end in race number 5. She had some work to do and some fillies that were running out in front of her. These were not fillies that were stopping in front of her. They were putting in their best efforts down to the inside, but Gaffleone waited. When he asked, he got a huge response from Excellent Question for trainer Brendan Walsh.
That was a battle between the meet's top leading riders, and boy, did they put on a show with two great performances from Excellent Question, as well as the runner-up Mirari in her debut. Looked like she had the race wrapped up, and then, boy, that long, fluid stride of Excellent Question gets the job done right at the wire. And the kind of a heartbreak for Lady Emily Catherine, who ran huge and has to settle for the show.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 3, Excellent Question, first. Number 5, Mirari was second. Number 1, Lady Emily Catherine, third. And number 8, Jungle Cat, was fourth. 3-5-1-8. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Gunston Hall, number 3, Excellent Question. The winner, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Laura Lee Stable of Butch Lunsford, owned also by Gary Finder and Cambron Equine LLC of Tim and Anna Cambron, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. The results are now official. 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffaleone. Excellent Question, 3-year-old Speightstown filly out of Sweet Sioux by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by West Wind Farms and Speightstown Syndicate. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile over the turf, listed firm today in 1 minute 36.97 seconds. And again, the results official 3-5-1-8. In the winner's circle, the Gunston Hall Trophy presentation. to the connections of Excellent Question. Keeneland 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. A reminder, race 6 finishes in the short stretch at the first wire. In race 6, the jockey for the 1, Master of the Night, is Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon, the jockey for the 1. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. Did not draw into the race. 7th race, scratch the 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Billy the Greek, 15, Elevated Game, and 16, Riza's Rolex. That's race 7, scratch the 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Billy the Greek, the 15, Elevated Game, and the 16, Riza's Rolex. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, Family Factor, draws into the race. 8th race, scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. That's in the 8th race. Scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. Number 6, Stinger B, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, 6, Stinger B, a gelding. 9th and final race. Change of equipment today. The 4, Jefe de Obra, the blinkers on. 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on today. The jockey for number 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon, the jockey. A reminder, the 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Number 9, Congrats on 50, contrary to the program, is a gelding. And the overweight, number 10, Ruthless Rua, the jockey, 3 pounds over. 10, Ruthless Rua, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Take out the also eligibles. 11 through 16 did not draw into the race.
It's late pick four time here at Keeneland Racecourse. The first leg of the late pick four maiden $30,000 claiming event for 2-year-olds, going 1.16 miles. First wire finish, short stretch in this sixth event. And the number 6 horse is my top selection, Aspiring Comedian for Todd Pletcher. And Rapoli's stable taking a huge plunge down in class. I just couldn't get a feel for those that have run in here, Caton, to be honest with you, and I felt that the drop down in class that this colt is taking is significant, comes out of a turf race as well. The dirt race was better from a speed figure perspective for what it's worth, but this is going to be a much easier situation for him to deal with here today, dropping in for 30 off of maiden special weight efforts at Ellis and Churchill Downs. And the tote board is telling you that most expect the same sort of effort and response. He's the 9-5 favorite right now in race number 6.
Yeah, I thought this race was really muddled, but a lot of good stats and good aspects for the 6 Aspiring Comedian, who in that dirt race, by the way, was beaten by Generous Tipper. Generous Tipper came back to finish 3rd in the Breeders' Futurity, so it seems that that was a fairly deep group in that Ellis Park 1-mile maiden race that Aspiring Comedian comes out of, and Pletcher is very strong in maiden special to maiden claiming and also turf to dirt. So with Louis Saez up, understandable why this one's favored. I went to the 4 Mena, who's another one that's kind of logical here for Brad Cox, dropping into a claiming price for the first time, a good angle for him. Also first time trying a distance of ground. He's by hard spun out of a Congrats mare, so the pedigree is definitely there. And I like the fact that the colt showed some speed in his debut back in July at Ellis, going 7 furlongs. He was close to the pace and then just flattened out. Maybe 2 turns is what he needs. Definitely easier company is going to help matters. Tyler Gaffleone looking for his 3rd winner of the day. And Brad Cox also looking to kind of finish off his position at the top of the standings here. He's already had 1 win with Tyler today to widen the gap on his nearest opponent. So the 4 Mena for me is the top pick. The 8 after that is Metronome, who adds blinkers and is 6-1 currently, getting a little bit of play off the claim. Finished 3rd against Easier Company for maiden 20,000, but we've seen one maiden 20,000 move up and hit the winner's circle here already this meet. So I think Metronome is moving in the right direction. The blinkers could make a difference, and definitely 2 turns I think will make the difference too.
The number 2 horse, my 3rd selection. I've got the 4 as the second choice, Mena. But the number 2 horse will round out my top 3. Ultimate Strike for Michael Pino, coming in from the Mid-Atlantic region and has had a local workout at Keeneland for this $30,000 test, going 2 turns for the first time. He's by Mineshaft, that horse of the year and multiple Grade 1 winner at the route distances from the early 2000s. So we'll see if he can take a step forward. He's currently sitting at 10-1 on the board, Ultimate Strike.
He looks good in the paddock, too, by the way. My 3rd choice to finish it off is the 7 Commissioner Oscar. That tells you how competitive this race is, Scott. We can go in completely different directions, though I think we both feel like Mena and even the 6 are kind of key contenders, but the 7 Commissioner Oscar tries a distance of ground for the first time and has had some troubled trips, including his last start here at Keeneland toward the beginning of the meet. He was knocked around quite a bit, and I thought had a legitimate excuse against Tougher. This is the lowest level he's ever raced at, and trainer Tim Padilla is sprint to route 21%. Plus, the pedigree by Commissioner seems to suggest that he's going to benefit from the added ground. I thought he was just kind of an interesting price play to throw into the mix here, and definitely a horse that I would consider including on my pick 4 tickets. With this late pick 4, I think eligible to produce a few upsets before it's all said and done.
12 minutes to post less than race number 6 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, maiden claiming race, 2-year-olds, price of $30,000, mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. A reminder that Declan Cannon rides number 1, Master of the Night. Declan Cannon, the jockey for number 1. Take out the 13 and 14. The also eligibles did not draw into the race. Double pick 3, late pick 4, wagering, fast track, firm turf, in less than 5 minutes to post.
Magical Moment, the 11 horse in the Rockingham Ranch turquoise and black silks. Kent Sweezy, the conditioner. Here's a horse that moves to his barn for the first time and takes a pretty big drop down in class as he stretches out to a route of ground. And he's a son of the champion Good Magic, who was a good 2-turn horse during that championship season.
He is a good-looking horse, too. I was impressed with him in the paddock. This is his first start since June, first start since coming to this barn. It looks like he's been training pretty well at Monmouth Park and does have the benefit of a work over the track here at Keeneland, and a pretty solid work at that. First time at gelding as well as first time long, so some reasons to believe he could improve pretty dramatically here.
The 8-horse Metronome, I just had a conversation with trainer Thomas Malloy, and he convinced me on this colt. He feels they're in a spot to get the job done with this 5-to-1 shot, saying he's a 2-turn horse. The blinker's on. He's worked well here at Keeneland on the dirt after training on the synthetic at Turfway. So the changes in place, and oftentimes, more times than not, it seems, Caton, changes are a good thing when horses move to a new barn, whether it be via claim or other situations. But I tell you what, Tom Malloy has convinced me that Metronome is going to run a big race here in race number 6.
I suspect with the blinkers going on, he could be pretty close to the pace, and that has been a good angle on the main track here at Keeneland today. Horses, I think, are having a little bit easier time of it that are forwardly placed. I thought he figured with this group to improve around 2 turns and was one of the top contenders, though the pace is going to be interesting because you've got horses like Mina who are capable, I think, of showing a good turn of foot as well.
Less than 2 minutes to post. It's race number 6, start of today's late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Mina comes forward, along with Magical Monarch. Brilliant Man moves into the gate. Aspiring Comedian. Or Jazz, the last one. Moves in. First wire at the post. And they're off. There goes the Rush Is On from the outside. The Rush Is On. Mina down toward the inside. Master of the Night has early speed against the rail. Ultimate Strike is next as they head for the turn, and it is Mina with the advantage. But now here comes Master of the Night. Saves the ground from the inside starting spot. Ultimate Strike now moves by the both of them and has the lead. Ultimate Strike moves up. Takes over by 2 lengths around the first turn. Master of the Night second. Mina is third alongside that one. Metronome to the outside is in fourth. Prince Is My Boy is fifth. Gap of 3 more lengths to More Jazz in sixth. Moving around, Commissioner Oscar in 7th. The Rush Is On has dropped back toward the outside in the 8th position. Magical Monarch is 9th. Aspiring Comedian is in 10th. And then comes Brilliant Man in 11th, and Lead Foot is last, placed outward from the rail toward the center of the track at the back in 23.84 seconds for that opening quarter. Ultimate Strike leading Mina by a length and a half. Master of the Night is third toward the inside. Metronome, Prince Is My Boy. More Jazz toward the outside. It was 48.55 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn they go. Ultimate Strike, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Mina inching forward on the outside. More Jazz moves up to third behind that one. Master of the Night is still there, but now fourth toward the inside and 5 lengths off the lead. And the front pair are moving by the quarter pole. Mina moves up on the outside and takes the lead now. As they come off the turn and into the short stretch, it is Mina opening up by 3, by 5. Back to Ultimate Strike second. More Jazz is in third position. Master of the Night fourth. Aspiring Comedian in fifth. Then the Rush Is On and Commissioner Oscar. Final furlong for Mina. A widening 7-length lead back to Ultimate Strike, and then More Jazz. They will love this result in Mena, Arkansas. Mina wins it by a convincing margin. Long way back to Ultimate Strike, More Jazz, and Brilliant Man.
A dominant performance by Mina, the son of Hardspun, who settled as the post-time favorite here, 8-5, never in doubt as they straighten for home, and he stretched out his lead in a big way. Wins this one for Tyler Gaffleone, Shortleaf Stable, and trainer Brad Cox.
Very professional return off the layoff and a little easier competition. Gets the job done in a big way. Tyler Gaffleone's third winner of the afternoon.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 4, Mina, finished first. Number 2, Ultimate Strike, was second. Number 12, More Jazz, was third. And number 5, Brilliant Man, was fourth. 4-2-12-5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Mina, owned by the Shortleaf Stable Incorporated of John Ed Anthony. Trained by Brad Cox and ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. 2 wins today for that trainer-jockey combination and 3 overall for Tyler Gaffalione. Mina, 2-year-old son of Hard Spun out of Pangburn by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Shortleaf Stable. The time for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.12 seconds. Sixth race, results official, 4-2-12-5, the official results. Keeneland's featured 7th race upcoming. The turf is listed firm today. The rail at 30 feet. Double at pick 3 wagering. In fact, this will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Billy the Greek. The 15, Elevated Game. And the 16, Reese's Rolex. Again, scratch the 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Billy the Greek. 15, Elevated Game. And 16, Reese's Rolex. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Family Factor, will run. 8th race, scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. That's the 8th race, scratch the 4, Shaken Loose. A reminder, the 6, Stinger B, is a gelding. 6, Stinger B is a gelding. 9th and final race, change of equipment for the 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on. That's number 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on today. Jockey for the 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon, the jockey. A reminder, the 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Overweight, the 10, Ruthless Rua, jockey 3 pounds over. 10, Ruthless Rua, jockey 3 pounds over. Take out the also eligibles 11 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 7, late pick 3, begins. Final pick 3 of the day with race number 7. This is the second leg of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. For those alive, we come into this 7th race on the turf course. These are 2-year-olds in a non-1-2 allowance race. And Copper Missile, the number 7 horse, 4-1 from 8-1 on the morning line. A runner that has shown some serious ability in a short amount of time. And as we talked about this morning on the Today at Keeneland show, he's just such a big 2-year-old, a horse that has so much upside moving forward. I thought this after watching that Churchill Downs race, that even past today, going on to next year, when these races get longer for the 3-year-olds, that he's just going to continue to get better because he is that type of horse, the way that he runs and that big, long stride of his. He's doing well. I was speaking to the Connections. They thought that, but after that race, they would give him some time, let him train, see how he was doing, before they made a decision on whether they would run him again at the age of 2, and he was doing so well. Here he is, and I'm not surprised that that was the comment that was made in asking them about running him back here today. I really like this horse, like I said, not only today, but moving forward. I think he's got a ton of ability. A son of Copper Bullet, first crop for Copper Bullet. He's a flashy-looking chestnut as well, pretty chestnut for Kelsey Danner, and Ann Beschitza knows this horse, has ridden him in all 3 of his starts.
You know, he's really pretty versatile, too. Although I agree with you 100% about him maybe wanting a little bit more ground and also being a big horse that sometimes takes a little while to get into that groove and to get to utilize his long stride. He actually has adjusted quite well through 3 very different pace scenarios in his 3 starts. In his maiden race, it was a very slow pace. He stalked and still closed going a mile. At Colonial, was beaten just 3 parts of a length. He improved at Kentucky Downs to break his maiden pretty easily when it was a faster pace, but he wasn't that far off of it. And then he came back at Churchill on a course that did kind of favor or played more to horses that were more tactical, and he didn't get out of the gate that well. He was a little bit flat-footed, so he spotted the field quite a bit of ground. The pace was still soft, the half mile in 49-1, and yet he was able to make a race out of it and close at a point in the stretch you wouldn't have thought he could have gotten up for 3rd, and he did, and was gaining on the leaders. So the extra distance definitely works to his advantage. I think he'll be capable of getting out of the gate a little bit more cleanly, and that'll help him as well. The question is, you know, just if he can continue in the same vein right now after doing a lot in a short period of time, and also against tougher horses and on a course with the rail up 30 feet. Sometimes that makes it a little harder for those horses that are coming from off the pace, but I agree with you. I think he is the horse to beat.
Look how easy he is acting. I mean, he just seems like one of the easiest horses you could possibly be around. He's got such a kind eye, just an easy demeanor. Watching him, just taking his cues from those surrounding him, and now he's going to be saddled up by Kelsey Danner. Copper Missile looking great, 4-1 right now. We both like the 5-2 Coda Omaha, who's the 5-2 favorite right now. Colt by Omaha Beach goes out to a ride of ground for the first time in his career. The blinkers come off. They paid a good amount of money for him back in the springtime of this year at a 2-year-old in training sale, over $500,000, $550,000 to be exact, Woods Lane Farm. And he gave them an immediate return with that 1 win sprinting at Horseshoe Indianapolis, setting the pace, breaking sharp. And he's got the pedigree to think that he can keep on going, and that's why he's 5-2.
You know, you wonder who else in the field is going to show speed, but he certainly seems like he's capable of it, and he is capable of stretching out. If his pedigree is any indication, he won so easily. Now, the competition is a lot softer at Horseshoe Indianapolis, so it's hard to tell what he beat, but he looked good doing it. He did it in a good front-running fashion, and trainer Jonathan Thomas, 31% when he goes sprint to route. It's interesting that there's an equipment change off the win, and all I can think of is that they would prefer to get the horse to relax rather than rush up front. Maybe they felt that he was a little bit more anxious on the front end, or pulling too hard to get to the lead. So you don't often see equipment changes like that early on, but the blinkers are listed off here as Code Omaha tries to stretch out, and I'll be curious to see who else shows that turn of foot out of the gate in the early stages of the race. There are a few others who could be up there, but I think he's probably the fastest of them.
Please advise the 12 5-1. I think going a route of ground will be a positive for him. It's an outside draw. Certainly doesn't make things easy for him, but he's got Luis Saez to guide him around there. And at 5-1, he's getting some play, so I think he has to be respected. And I know you've got the one who was the morning line favorite as your third choice, Tough Little Nut. This is a crazy stat for me, and I thought at some point in time during this meet it would change and take a turn. But we've had 32 turf races, now 33 after race number 5 at Keeneland this fall. There's only been one winner from post position number 1 on the turf in 33 turf races. Just putting it out there, I'm not saying that it's something that should dissuade folks from playing Tough Little Nut, but to me, that's something that we've seen horses, a majority of winners, come from the middle of the pack. The most successful post position this meet is post 7, where the horse Copper Missile that we both like is drawn here today. He's now post 6, excuse me, so that puts the 8 in that spot. But for what it's worth, only one winner from post 1 on the turf this meet at Keeneland.
Well, down on the inside, you do have to have everything kind of go right unless you're a front runner able to take your speed right to them. Tough Little Nut is an improving horse who I don't think will be on the lead, but he ran very well in the juvenile, and boy, he looks great. I saw him and I thought he looked very good in the juvenile at Kentucky Downs. I think he looks even better right now. He is a tall drink of water by Palace Malice, so distance should be his friend. And coming out of Stakes Company, if the form carries over, I thought that was a good group of horses. Aspenite, especially among them, the winner of the juvenile. He also doesn't have to be that far off the pace. So interesting horse to watch who's going to try to buck that trend. My third selection here, and he's getting played at 7-2.
Race number 7, the start of the late pick 3, 2-year-olds on the turf course, rail set at 30 feet today at Keeneland. Firm going. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Hermitage Farm, an allowance for 2-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet today. Scratch the 6, Steeler Mischief. Also scratch the 14, Billy the Greek, the 15, Elevated Game, and the 16, Reese's Rolex. A reminder, number 13, Family Factor, draws into the race. Number 13 will run. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time at 5 minutes.
Here's a long shot play that maybe should be given more respect. That is Legal Titan, the number 8 horse. Declan Cannon's had a good last week at the bare minimum here at Keeneland, if memory serves correctly overall. And Michael Ann Ewing is the conditioner of this Algorithms gelding. Ran a good second last time out in front of Copper Missile, the horse that we both like. And at 20-1, and now 18-1, he just clicked down. Now 17-1. The price is coming down steadily on the 8-horse Legal Titan.
Yeah, that price didn't make sense to me because here was a horse who finished in front of a horse who is very live, and getting Batten here makes some sense. I will say that I thought Legal Titan had the best of it, whereas Copper Bullet maybe had the lesser of it as far as trip and pace were concerned in that race at Churchill Downs. But you can't fault a horse who does just about everything that's asked of him and takes advantage of the opportunity. He does have a little bit more tactical ability. He'll be closer to the pace, I think, although it's worth noting that the pace was pretty soft last time. It could be a little bit more intense this time around, but he's an improving horse, and he looked great on the track. I don't know that he's the paddock pick, but I thought he looked very, very good. And Michael Ewing usually turns up with a horse or two on the turf, especially at big odds.
The 11 Save the King. Now, here's a colt that I actually touted in his last race at Churchill Downs when he finished 6th, because I thought that the race at Hawthorne was good. I know the competition got deeper, but to me, he's a horse that needs to be up there in the mix, because he battled the whole way around when he won at Hawthorne back at the end of August. So if Jimmy Graham can get him in there, I think that he's a horse that's just going to continue to try to outrun the competition that is near him, and hopefully he can get a good position early on.
You know, he didn't get away from the gate very well at all. He had some trouble. He was just a beat off behind them, and I think that set him behind the 8 ball at every step. Both he and Copper Bullet were kind of up against it, given the way that race played out with a very slow half mile. And he also just never had the best of it as far as trips were concerned. So a different trip today could make a world of difference, and he's another one that's huge odds that I would give the benefit of the doubt to. I don't know if he can win in here, but I really think he could run a much improved effort.
Code Omaha, the number 5 horse, Jonathan Thomas, his trainer, very honest with me in his assessment of this young colt. He says, I really don't know what to expect. I've never known what to expect with this horse. He surprised him with that win at Horseshoe Indianapolis, even though he was the favorite. That was the betting public's view of him going into that race. He says he's never been flashy in the morning. He's a smart horse, and maybe that's just an indication of his intelligence, is just him doing everything that he just needs to do in order to be successful. So Jonathan, very, very frank in not knowing what to expect from this colt, who is one of the favorites at odds of 3-1.
He's a neat horse, having broken his maiden at first asking, but that might explain why the blinkers come off if you're not seeing as much in the morning from him. And he definitely is going to need to be relaxed rather than fighting to be on the lead if he's going to be successful at the mile and a 16th. But he is a nice-looking individual, and it's hard to discount a horse who did everything that they were asked to do and was able to win.
Race number 7, it is post time as they move to the turf course.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland 7th and featured race, the Hermitage Farm. Moving into line, race 7. Good Bolly and Save the King come forward. Code Omaha moves into the gate. Now Copper Missile, Please Advise, goes in. Baytown Parfait, Fractious in the gate. Family Factor, the last one, goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Code Omaha comes right out for the early lead. But we'll have company. Fortune Seller, Please Advise. And here comes Family Factor. Far outside, Family Factor is going to move on by, start to clear the inside traffic. Fortune Seller goes second as they move into the first turn, as Family Factor moves up with the lead and has the advantage now, clear by 2, so that will allow Family Factor to get over and save some ground against the rail around the first turn. Blue-Eyed George is second. Fortune Seller is third. Please Advise is fourth up on the outside. Baytown Parfait is fifth back toward the inside. Save the King 3 wide. In sixth, Code Omaha shuffled back to the center of the pack between horses. In seventh, Mission Ready is eighth. Good Bolly ninth back toward the inside. Legal Titan is 10th. And then Tough Little Nut, who's toward the outside, in 11th position, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. And Copper Missile is last, moves up 2 spots against the rail, but still 10th at the midpoint of the backstretch. The opening quarter, 23.05 seconds. Family Factor against the rail, leading Fortune Seller by 3/4 of a length. Blue-Eyed George is third, 3/4 of a length. Please Advise fourth, then Baytown Parfait as they head for the turn. Now, Tough Little Nut is going 5 wide from the center of the pack. Now, Tough Little Nut was next to last just a moment ago and is now out in the center of the course and is moving up to challenge for the lead, but is wide all the way around that far turn. So Family Factor, Please Advise, Fortune Seller, joined by Tough Little Nut, who's out in the center of the course, still in fourth now, and running 5 lengths off the lead off the turn. Please Advise has come forward and has the lead. Blue-Eyed George is coming late, looks toward the outside. Got Fortune Seller there to the inside. Final furlong, Blue-Eyed George coming after Please Advise, and Blue-Eyed George is right alongside. Blue-Eyed George getting a narrow lead. Blue-Eyed George, John Velasquez to win it. Please Advise second, Fortune Seller third, and then Good Bolly rallied for fourth.
6-1 on Blue Eye George for BG Stables, and Michael McCarthy flashing his stuff late, coming back off of that race at Kentucky Downs. Throw it out, back on a conventional surface, and back to his winning ways after breaking his maiden on debut back in July. A stylish win for the son of Flame Away from that first crop of Flame Away.
Boy, he just needed the 1:16 that gets the pace and the setup and sits it perfectly under Johnny Velasquez for the victory. A lot of horses having some rough trips there, but definitely not the case for the winner.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 2, Blue Eyed George, was first. Number 12, Please Advise, was second. Number 10, Fortune Seller, was third. Number 4, Good Bali, was fourth. 2, 12, 10, 4 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the featured Hermitage Farm, the unofficial winner, number 2, Blue Eyed George. Blue Eyed George, owned by the BG Stables of George Yeager, Michael McCarthy, the trainer, John Velasquez, the jockey. Blue Eyed George, a 2-year-old son of Flame Away out of Acting Naughty by Awfully Wild. Winner bred in Louisiana by Clear Creek Stud LLC. A 1:16 over the turf listed firm today, 1 minute 44.28 seconds. Results of race 7 official. 2-12-10-4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Hermitage Farm, the feature trophy presentation to the connections of Blue Eyed George. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is listed fast. Scratch number 4, Shaken Loose. Scratch number 4, Shaken Loose. A reminder, the 6 Stinger B is a gelding. 6 Stinger B is a gelding. 9th and final race. Change of equipment today for the 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on. That's in the 9th race. Change of equipment for the 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on today. The jockey for the 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon, the jockey. The 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, the 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Overweight, the 10, Ruthless Rua, the jockey, 3 pounds over. 10, Ruthless Rua, jockey, 3 pounds over. Take out the also eligibles. 11 through 16 did not draw into the race.
Race number 8, 2-year-olds going 7 furlongs on the main track here today, and no judgment. The number 8 horse, the one that Kate and I both like. In fact, we see eye to eye in this race. 8, 5, and 3 are top 3 selections, and this is a horse that comes out of that ultra live race at Churchill Downs, which produced Stretch Ride, who would go back-to-back in his young career, and then Agu, who was second and came back to win last week here at Keeneland. So you've got to respect that form. Rafael Bejarano gets the ride back. We'll see if he can take a step forward here today out of that ultra-live race.
You know, I like the fact that he was able to sit that stalking trip. He was very professional in that debut behind a seemingly good horse. And I guess the question is whether he can carry that same form here to Keeneland. The tracks play a little bit differently. Every once in a while, horses just favor one surface versus another. But otherwise, a lot of signals pointing toward 8, no judgment, improving here and running a big effort for sure. 7 Ace 2, I think, suits him. With a little bit more ground to work with, I think he can just relax that first part of it and continue on. The way he finished last time suggests he's going to like this distance. The 5, Rocketeer for E5 Racing, and Brad Cox looking for his 3rd win of the day. Tyler Gaffleone looking for his 4th win of the day, is a son of Curlin, exceptional sire, out of a stakes-winning mare, 13 Arrows. Workout pattern has been solid. He's breezed at Keeneland, then at Turfway, then back to Keeneland, and in each place has been doing some really good work in the morning. So though Brad has 2 first-time starters, and you have to respect any first-time starters he brings over here, I thought Rocketeer really had the look of a horse who would win first out.
And then the 3-horse Warp 9 for Kenny McPeek's looking for a second win this afternoon is trainer Kenny McPeek. This is a Calumet homebred. He's a colt by Hightail, who showed something last time out moving forward in his second career start, and now an interesting move to cut him back to the about 7 furlongs distance on the Beard course here today. I think he's got to be respected. He's 8-1 right now.
And he's going to be running at the end, right? And you know he's going to be fitter than maybe some of the others who haven't had the opportunity to run or who have not gone as far as he has. I also think that with all the first-time starters, you could see a fairly fast pace early, and especially at the about 7 furlong distance, that can take a toll. So a horse like Warp 9, who can come from off the pace and who has that fitness edge, could be in a really good position at 8-1. McPeek, with a good-looking first-time starter that went earlier today, looks for his second this afternoon.
But the current favorite is the 11 at 5-2. Stop the Press for Shug McGahee, a $1.5 million yearling, son of Uncle Mo, getting set for his debut for West Point Thoroughbreds and Woodford Racing. It's race number 8, which will begin the late daily double.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. The Benson, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds, Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratched the 4, Shaken Loose. Number 4, Shaken Loose, scratched. Contrary to the program, the 6, Stinger B, is a gelding. Number 6, Stinger B, is a gelding. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is fast, the turf is firm. Post time in less than 5 minutes for race 8.
There's a look at Higginsville. This is a runner for Chris Hartman, who's scratched a few times out of races this meet, one of which was in an also eligible situation. But today's go day for Chris Hartman, who we've talked about, has had a really great meet at Keeneland this fall.
Well, he's just a beautiful gelding. By not this time, he's got size and he had presence, and he's big and strong. And Chris Hartman is 17% with his first-timers. I think he's ready to go. It's just a question of where he fits with this group, but his works at Churchill have been very, very good. And he's been prepping for this race, as you say, for quite some time. So I thought at the price of 11-1, he had the look of a horse who is live.
Melee, the number 9 horse, 22-1. There are some heavy hitters in this race, from pedigrees and connections and farms represented. This a Claiborne farm, Adele Dilschneider, homebred by Street Sense out of a Warfront first name named Secede. So Jimmy Graham in the saddle, first-time starter. We'll see how he fares on debut.
Well, he's a good feeling horse. You can see that in the warm-up. He's a big horse by Street Sense out of a Warfront mare. Pedigree says maybe he wants to go a little bit longer, and based on how he looks, maybe that's going to be where he's going to be at his best. But I like that he gets to debut at 7 furlongs. You're seeing more from Bill Mott's first-time starters than you did a few years ago, and I think it's just different types of horses that he's got in his barn. But I thought this horse had a presence about him, and very professional, with others kind of acting up and losing a little focus. And he also has a lot of works in New York as well as at Churchill Downs. And though the most recent of those wasn't that fast, if you look at his works at Belmont Park, he actually showed some pretty quick works, including some out of the gate. So I'm interested to see what the son of Street Sense can do.
Stop the press, still the favorite at 5-2. The son of Uncle Mo debuting for West Point and Woodford Racing. Just overhearing a conversation he was having in the paddock, he was saying that the horse is quick, but he's not ultra fast. We'll see how he breaks. I mean, obviously that's going to be key. But as you were saying to me, Caton, with Shug McGahee, very good with these 7 furlong distance races, right?
Yeah, years ago at Gulfstream Park, that was a must-play type of situation. A first-time starter debuting at 7 furlongs, a young horse at 7 furlongs, horses off the layoff at 7 furlongs. Nobody was better at getting them ready than Shug at that really tricky distance, because it is an extended sprint where they have to run all out the whole time. I'd also add that when you pay $1.5 million for a horse, you have pretty high expectations. So he so far has been professional and really alert, taking everything in. He seems like an intelligent horse, and he certainly looks fit by a sire that can win early. And that last work at Belmont Park might have tipped his hand, as it was the fastest of 55 workers at the half-mile distance out of the gate.
It is post time for these 2-year-olds. Race 8, Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Benson. Moving into line, race 8. Rocketeer comes forward, moves into line. Stinger B into the gate. D-Day Sky, the last one, now moving into line. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There's Warp 9 and Rocketeer and World Fair. D-Day Sky up on the far outside. No Judgment up close to the early pace. World Fair, Rocketeer, they go at it for the early lead. Heading up the back stretch. No Judgment third. D-Day Sky is fourth. Warp 9 is now fifth. Higginsville is in sixth position. Stinger B between horses in seventh. And then Stop the Press, who drops back a couple of spots toward the outside. Into eighth, Charleston ninth to his inside. Break of 8 more lengths back to Melee in the 10th position. Tuscany's Eagle is last of the 11:22.94 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. World Fair is against the rail, leads it by 2 lengths. D-Day Sky up on the outside is challenging Rocketeer for second. A break of nearly 3 more back to Stinger B, who was fourth by a neck. No Judgment is fifth. Charleston wide on the turn in sixth. Warp 9 is seventh, still nearly a dozen lengths off the lead, but trying to move up against the rail around the far turn. Back up front, here's Rocketeer right alongside of World Fair. D-Day Sky is third, 2 lengths off the front pair. Gap of 5 more lengths. No Judgment. Charleston, who's wide. Warp 9 toward the rail, then Stinger B. Here's Rocketeer for the lead off the turn. D-Day Sky tries to move up behind that one. World Fair has lost ground to the inside, moving by the 8th pole. It is Rocketeer with the lead. Warp 9 has gone to 4th and is still 7 from the front. Final furlong. Rocketeer leading it by 3, and then comes D-Day Sky past the 16th pole. Warp 9 now goes to 3rd toward the inside, but no catching Rocketeer. Tyler Gaffalione, Rocketeer to win it. Then it was D-Day Sky across the line in 2nd, and Warp 9 was up for 3rd.
Rocketeer on debut for Brad Cox and Tyler Gaffleone once again this afternoon, carrying the E5 Thoroughbred Racing Silks to victory. A son of Curlin from the stakes-winning Indian Charlie First Dam, 13 arrows. Very impressive here on debut, drawing away from this bunch.
Well, he really was, and he actually was a little bit green in the earlier stages of the race, and in the paddock, maybe acting up just a little bit, so I can't wait to see what this guy can do when he actually puts it all together. But that was an impressive wow performance from the son of Curlin.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 5, Rocketeer, was first. Number 12, D-Day Sky, was second. Number 3, Warp 9, third. Number 7, World Fair, was fourth. 5-12-3-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Benson, the unofficial winner, number 5, Rocketeer, owned by E5 Racing Thoroughbreds of Robert Edwards Jr., owned also by Ian Brennan, Brad Cox, the trainer, and Tyler Gaffleone, the jockey. 3 wins today for that trainer-jockey combination, and 4 wins overall this afternoon for Tyler Gaffleone. Rocketeer is a 2-year-old son of Curlin out of 13 arrows by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Fifth Avenue Bloodstock and Glenwood Breeding. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 28.82 seconds over the fast main track. Eighth race results official. 5-12-3-7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Benson Trophy presentation to the connections of Rocketeer. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover today for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is firm, rail at 30 feet. A reminder, change of equipment for number 4, Jefe de Obra. Blinkers on today. Blinkers on the 4. The jockey for the 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. That's the 6, Star Slugger, the jockey, Declan Cannon. Contrary to the program, number 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Number 9, Congrats on 50 is a gelding. Overweight, the 10, Ruthless Rua, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Number 10, jockey 3 pounds over. Take out the also eligibles 11 through 16. Did not draw into the race.
Race 9 closes out the Thursday card, and we'll close it out on the turf course. 5.5 furlongs on the firm going. Vocalize, the number 2 horse for Horatio de Paz, comes into this race training up at Laurel most recently. Last race was over 2 months ago at Colonial, where he ran second, and prior to that had hit a good string of form. So the fact that Horatio de Paz opted to bring this horse here to Keeneland is what swayed me in this direction. Could have stayed back in the Mid-Atlantic region, found an easier group, but they come here to Keeneland, and at 4-1, I'll take my shot in the nightcap with Luis Saez looking to regain some ground on Tyler Gaffalione, who's had a very good afternoon here at Keeneland.
It certainly makes a lot of sense. You can make a strong case for Vocalize. I went to the 3, Zartaunis, who is a bit of a price, 12-1, up from 10-1 on the morning line. But for Cherie DeVaux, I thought getting away from Kentucky Downs was going to be key for this gelding. I don't think he cared for the course, and I don't think he ran his race. He is capable of sitting close. Sat a very fast pace at Horseshoe Indianapolis to break his maiden off the layoff, and then came right back against winners in a race that was rained off the grass and finished a good second. Back on the turf, competition was tough. He kind of got a little bit of a wide trip and didn't have opportunity to maybe run his best race because I think he got taken out of his flow. He was kind of scrambling throughout that one. But if he can get a good trip, if he gets a good break away from the gate, I really feel like he can run a much improved race. I feel like he's sitting on a big effort, and I love the price here with Brian Hernandez Jr. for Cherie DeVaux. All her horses have really been running lights out, so I think Zartaunis is very live here.
Judge Davis, the 5-horse, a runner for Shug again here this afternoon. Shug McGahee, the conditioner. This one for Cortland Farms, a gelding by Distorted Humor, he's run good dirt races, he's run good turf races, and he's 1 for 13. He's a well-bred son of Distorted Humor. Vince Chaminade gets the second opportunity to ride this horse, rode him at Kentucky Downs last time out. I like his consistency, his battle-testedness, if you will. And at 9-2, he is my second choice and your third choice here in the nightcap.
Yeah, definitely fits with these, and should be able to get a piece for sure if he runs anything close to his past races. Gilded Ruler for me, the 8, Trust Daddy for Connor Murphy, who's currently 8-1, is my third choice, or second choice actually, coming in off the layoff. I like the freshening. I like the fact that he has run some good races when lightly raced, when fresh. I think it's kind of a reset, as his last couple were not his best. But if you look back to his effort at Keeneland off the layoff in the spring, he ran very well, was beaten just a couple of lengths for all of it. He's been knocking on the door at different times, and the fact that you get Flavien Prat on board, I think, is a good thing. I don't know if he can win the race, but I think he's very competitive on his best day with others in here.
Ruthless Rua for Susan and Jim Hill, a homebred. Rusty Arnold, a Distorted Humor filly. The filly taking on the boys, and by doing so, she gets a significant weight break up against the older horses. She's carrying 115. Older horses will carry 121. The 3-year-old's 118. This is a move that we see Wesley Ward utilize often, especially in turf races, running the fillies against the boys to get weight off. So she has to be respected with this outside draw here today. Martine Garcia's ridden her. He broke her maiden at Churchill in start 2 of her career. 12-1, a long shot, but in my opinion, live, especially with that significant weight break that she gets versus the male counterparts.
Most of the speed is to the outside in this race. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. You've got Star Slugger toward the middle, and then Ruthless Rua and just to her inside. Congrats on 50. They kind of look like the fastest horses in the race early, although several of the horses inside of them on any given day can show some speed. So it makes it a real challenging puzzle to wrap up the day. I thought this was a race where you could justifiably have hit the all button if you were playing that pick 6 or any of the multi-race sequences. So need a lot of luck. Wesley Ward, you spoke of, even has a horse in here. Blinkers, first-time Lasix, and the 2-1 favorite currently, which surprises me a little bit, but it shouldn't since it's a Wesley Ward runner.
Yeah, 2-1 on Jefe de Obra, the colt by Hootenanny, Chilean-bred son of Hootenanny. Wesley Ward very familiar with this pedigree, and as Caton mentioned, blinkers do go on, not noted in the program, but that is a program change. Blinkers on Jefe de Obra, the number 4 horse, who is the current favorite for the 9th and final at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Poplar Grove Allowance, 3-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet. Today, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Change of equipment today. The 4, Jefe de Obra, blinkers on. Blinkers on. The 4, jockey for the 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon. Number 6, Star Slugger, Declan Cannon will ride. A reminder, the 9, Congrats on 50, is a gelding. Number 9, Congrats on 50, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Overweight, the 10, Ruthless Rua, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Number 10, the jockey, +3. Take out the also eligibles 11 through 16, did not draw into the race. 5 minutes to post.
Just 4 minutes away from the nightcap, perhaps one of the most contentious races on the program. And a look at the 3, Zartaunis, who was Tom Leach's long shot play of the day. Also my top choice in this race. And standing pretty firm at 9-1, you're going to get a good price if he can get the job done. Kind of draw a line through that race at Kentucky Downs. He was wide, got a wide trip, was not on the best part of the course, breaking from post position 11. And I also don't know that he really ran his race on that course to begin with, but is capable of sitting a tracking trip, and there seems to be an abundance of speed in here. Brian Hernandez Jr. for Cherie DeVoe. Brian looking for his second winner of the afternoon. The horse looks big, strong, and confident in the warm-up, and is a nice price, now up to 10-1. The 4, Jefe de Obra, really caught my eye. Very fit-looking son of Hootenanny, making his first start since December. He has blinkers, gets Lasix. This has been a typical move for Wesley Ward that has yielded successful results, 24% winners with horses coming off these extended layoffs. And again, the blinkers may be a sign that he's looking for a little bit more speed. He's very racy-looking individual, and Wesley very familiar with the pedigree, as Scott alluded to, with Gerardo Corrales, who has done a lot of work for Wesley over the years. So wouldn't be shocked at all to see this horse, who is getting played at 2-1, run big. And then to the outside, another price shot at 11-1, the 9, Congrats on 50, a gelding who is coming off a third-place finish after leading through much of a 5.5 furlong turf race at Hawthorne. The Chicago Invaders have run really well this meet, and Congrats on 50 was able to win in front-winning fashion on the dirt. We'll see if he can duplicate that effort with some outside speed. I think he's part of several that could contest the early lead, but really look good. Big, strong, strapping son of Congrats, making a nice appearance out on the track. Just a couple minutes to go. Last race with exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering, as well as the super high five in play at 5.5 furlongs on the firm turf and 2-1 on Jeffy D'Obra, the 4-horse and favorite.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Poplar Grove. Moving into line, 9th race. Sartaunis comes forward, along with Trust Daddy. Jefe D'Obra gets ready to move into line. Congrats on 50, Judge Davis. Ruthless Rua will be the last to load. Ruthless Rua comes forward. Moves into line. They're at the post. And they're off. There's Star Slugger, Ruthless Rua, Jefe D'Obra. Jefe D'Obra moves up for the lead. Star Slugger between horses, Ruthless Rua. Far outside, Huntertown is away, running in the 4th position as they head for the far turn. Gilded Ruler between horses in 5th, 5 lengths off the early lead. Congrats on 50 is a wide 6th onto the turn. Then Zartaunis back toward the inside in 7th. Trust Daddy is 8th. Judge Davis is 9th, and Vocalize is last of the 10 after an opening quarter in 21.54 seconds. Jefe D'Obra toward the inside. Star Slugger there on the outside, separated by a length around the turn. Huntertown is right behind the leader against the rail, seeking now to move up from in between horses. Gilded Ruler trying to come forward with that one. Trust Daddy is there. Congrats on 50 on the far outside. Zartaunis needs room. Zartaunis crying out for room to the inside. As they move into the final furlong, here's Trust Daddy, here's Gilded Ruler, Jefe D'Obra, Zartaunis, Judge Davis. Judge Davis coming after Jefe D'Obra. Here's the wire. Judge Davis gets up on the wire as Jefe D'Obra was 2nd.
Judge Davis in the end, and there's a lot to unpack in this race. You saw Jefe D'Obra setting the pace, then Zartaunis, he's in between horses trying to get through there. It gets tight for a few horses. A few of them go sideways almost for a bit there. The 1 checking out of that spot, the 3 taking the worst of it, and over the top comes the 5, all while Jefe D'Obra is trying to sustain that speed bit on the inside. Cannot. Over the top comes the number 5 horse, Judge Davis for Shug McGahee and Vince Chaminade.
Vince Chaminade did a good job of just staying in the clear and making sure that Judge Davis was clear of all that was going on inside of him. Proves to be a real benefit as the Son of Distorted Humor runs very strongly through the stretch to get the victory there over a pretty stubborn Jefe D'Obra, who tried to lead every step of the way except the one that counted most.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race: number 5, Judge Davis, finished first. Number 4, Jefe de Obra, second. Number 8, Trust Daddy, was third. Number 3, Zartaunis, was fourth. And number 7, Gilded Ruler, fifth. 5, 4, 8, 3, 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, the Poplar Grove, the unofficial winner, number 5, Judge Davis, owned by Cortland Farms of Donald Adam, trained by Shug McGahee, Vince Chaminade, the winning jockey. Judge Davis, 4-year-old gelded son of Distorted Humor, out of Myleta by Sky Mesa, bred in Kentucky by Ed Seltzer, 102.33, the time for the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Ninth race, results official. 5, 4, 8, 3, 7, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Live racing resumes tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Trophy presentation coming up for the 9th race. In the winner's circle, here is that presentation for the Poplar Grove to the connections of Judge Davis. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.